my sorrows. Maybe one night you can play the hero. Even if I know it's only for show. You're no good for me. We're so bittersweet, but I still want you. I do. Baby, can't you see what you do to me? I just can't resist you. You got me drunk in love, I can't sleep. I need to sober up from this dream. But I can't deny, I can't deny, you. I can't deny, I can't deny, you. Na 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 Drunk in love, I can't sleep. I need to sober up from this dream. But I can't deny, I can't deny, you. I can't deny, I can't deny, you.
I need new flavor, reason to throw my game, not really why I came. Oh, do me a favor, pour me another glass, pour hearts that never last. Oh, take me, I'm a wild one, getting bored out looking for attention. I'm not looking to meet a friend. No, I've been looking for a lover instead, for someone I appreciate, and everything crossed my way. I love that I don't know your name. Oh no, I never meant to misbehave. Something about you makes me crave. You really are a different taste. I love that I don't know your name. Sunrise is dancing.
Over there, can we please move them? Decide if you want to be on that side of the field or this side.
Need to talk.
Okay, and
I'm reading
One
the
more, last one,
silence.
last one.
I think it's pretty clear. I'm always so sincere. Oh, take me. I'm a wild one, getting bored out looking for attention. I'm not looking to meet new friends. No, I've been looking for a lover instead, for someone I appreciate, and everything crossed my way. I love that I don't know your name. Oh no, I never meant to misbehave. Something about you makes me crave. You really are a different taste. I love that I don't know your name.
Mōrena no e te iwi ki te whakataitai reperewa mā ngā kura tuarua o Aotearoa 2025. E mihi ana ki te mana whenua ko Ngāti Tūwhare atua tēnā, e manaaki nei e mātou ki Taupō nui atia, kamutu e mihia hoki ki te maunga tongariro e tūtata mai nei. Ko te kauni hakarai tēnā tōku ingoa, he uri au no Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Maniapoto.
Ko Ble Monroe tōku ingoa, and it is our absolute pleasure to welcome you to, as you said, the second day on the 26th today, are we? I think? Yes, 26th of March 2025, the 2025 New Zealand Ultimate Championships. for the secondary schools level. It's the first game of our second day of streaming, and we have a fantastic match in our women's division as we've moved out of pool play into the upper brackets now. Takapuna Grammar facing off against Fakan High School. So on your screen at the moment, playing out of the dark black uniforms with those bright yellow colours as well. Whakatane putting 5 of their players on the line to start things off. They'll be coming out on offence, so they will receive the kume from Takapuna in just a moment as we start the game to kick off the first point. Now, Chikoni, this is your second day now of Ultimate Experience. You came in fresh yesterday.
Yep.
A big day for learnings, not only for our students and our youth playing out here, but also for us here in the booth, getting a bit of a sense for what the sport is like at this level. How are you finding it so far?
Oh, I'm finding it so awesome. We did a bit of a practice this morning, got to throw a disc around for the first time, so kind of got to see what it's like for these players on the field here as well. Didn't realise how much precision is required in throwing the disc as well, so that's awesome.
Yeah, and so we're going to see some of that precision, but it comes on the Hotoki instead as Whakatane get the disc back really close to the end zone, hoping to punch one away.
Awesome. Oh.
Managing to put a bullet through to Molly Rat for Whakatane, but cannot keep it in hands for the score. So we're going to see Takapuna Grammar pushing back the other way. They're working towards the left-hand side of your screen. And as you mentioned, Chikoni, that level of precision that's required, doubly so, especially as in the morning, the grass is still kind of wet, the air's a little wet.
Yep.
Every time the disc hits the ground, it picks up a little bit of moisture, hands get a little bit slipperier. And so we'll see how these teams kind of adapt to those conditions to see who can put the first point on the board.
You can already see some of the Takapuna players also wiping the discus after they pick it up from the ground too. So it shows, kind of gives you a sense of what the conditions are here in Taupō Atia.
Some really patient offense from Whakatane on display as well. They're getting close to the end zone. They're making these throws come out nice and quick. It's just maybe there's a little bit of crowding from the defense as well, applying a huge or enough pressure to just unsettle the receivers so they're not able to close those points out yet.
Rawe ngā mahi ārai o Whakatane I konei.
Tets pushes the disc into the end zone, going to get a little bit of territory back. Whakatane as well. Takapuna to initiate from the front of their end zone.
Ngana te sima nei te whakamahi te whira whānui. Ka whai, ka riro piroa Whakatane High School.
Nama toru kata for Whakatane High School with the score there. A fantastic grab to get them on the board. Now they started on offense. They've managed to hold that point. They'll be starting now on defense, so they will have the disc for the kume as now we see Takapuna Grammar pushing back towards the right-hand side of the screen. We'll get to see those.
There. Maha ngā mahi haukoti from both teams. A lot of intercepts there in those first few minutes.
That disc edging in just over the outstretched hands of the receiver. It's going to be able to pull that one away for a score for Whakatane.
Beautiful take there from Kata.
And so the coach for Whakatane just giving a couple of last-minute instructions or maybe a little bit of advice, just dialing in with the team, making sure everyone's on the same page. From a defensive perspective, I've always held that if everyone on the team is on the same page, you can't really make a wrong move. And so it can be a good idea to just make sure people are all dialed in together, knowing, hey, if I want to commit really heavily to defense over here, then it's going to free up some space somewhere else. And someone else needs to be able to cover that. But if everyone's dialed in, it makes it really easy. Oh, great touch there by Bennett, but it's not going to be enough.
They saw the space, though. That was a good thing.
And it's just going to come back to which of these teams can kind of adapt to the sort of the damp a little bit sooner, right? We'll start to see those throws tighten up as they get used to it throughout the course of the game.
Rau e te haukoti kona mai te kura o Takapuna. Me te haukoti hoki, a clean intercept there from Fakan High School.
And sends back all the way back downfield. Carter for Takapuna, pushing through to find Ramsey on an undercut, back towards the disc. Slowly working their way, decides to go send it long. Bennett's underneath. And Bennett sends back the other way.
Ka rawe.
Some fantastic backup. That really was one of the sort of, I guess, the key themes of yesterday.
Yes.
Was that idea of having a second player there, and we got to see it used well by Whakatane as Takapuna come back and crash through and really pile on that defensive pressure. It just seemed to be a little bit too much to allow them to close out. It was a really, really great sequence up until those last couple seconds.
Beautiful. Ooh, almost had it there.
Yeah, Carter with a huge send to Alice, getting a lot of territory back for Takapuna though, which is fantastic for them.
Nice take there from Whakatane High School. Me te whitaki taua hoki, and beautiful support there from her teammate, making that another piro added to the scoreline for Whakatane.
Namarimu Tets with the score there for Whakatane to bring them up by 2. Kei mua mā te rua. So just as a reminder, as we are here in Taupō today, our games are being played to 15 points, so the score currently 2-0, or to 50 minutes. You can see we have a timer in the top left-hand corner of the screen. We're about 7.5, 8 minutes into our first game for our stream coverage for the day. But it's still early days, a 2-point lead. While it's a great way to set up momentum early, it's not necessarily enough to kind of rest on just at the moment. So we're going to see Whakatane still pouring on that pressure on defense. Huge amounts of pressure. We've seen how they've been able to park up, particularly in the deep space, so that when Takapuna send them long, there's someone there, there's someone ready with an attempt to get a block, to get the okati there. But we'll see what Takapuna are going to bring on this next point. Bennett with the kume. Oh,
Beautiful catch.
Yeah, fielded really well by Takapuna.
Pai ngā mahi. Beautiful fakes there from Takapuna. Almost had it.
Right underneath it as it curved back over. But again, that's a hard catch to make when that edge of the disc is kind of blading down towards you.
And the fact that the disc will also be slippery from the grounds too.
But this is what Whakatane are looking for. They're wanting to put another one on the board. They're wanting to widen that gap, just to take a little bit of that pressure off early on in the morning. Great work getting around the mark there. And the throw had a good sort of curve, good angle to it. Just didn't manage to get a receiver to it in time. So Carl with the disc, putting a laser throw through, tried for the toe in as Padgett hit that front corner of the end zone. We're seeing a game of trades at the moment, swinging backwards and forwards.
A tāua te peke me te hopu I te repirere.
Padgett getting that continuation. We've got Hayward with the disc now.
Rau e te ara I konei heoi anō ka whai piro a Takapuna. Great defense there from Whakatane. However, Takapuna will come away with a point, putting them on the scoreboard.
Bringing it back to a 1-point game. That was a really nice sequence. We get to see a lot of sort of chip work, small connecting passes up that far sideline, and eventually pulling the defense out of position. A quick step, and then just clearing that entire sideline for a nice little forehand up the line. That little drive there from Hayward to give Paget something to run onto. So we see it here on the screen, just on the left, pulling the defense out of the way, and then quick step and cutting back. Great work by Takapuna to put them on the board. So there's the kume to start things off for the 4th point of the game. Still anybody's game. Whakatane to pick up and initiate. Baker with a nice long shot to an open receiver, decides to continue.
Ka rawe, te mama hoki o taua whiu. Beautiful play there from Whakatane High School.
Really, really nice sequence. That's the kind of ultimate that these players are capable of. Pick up the disc, a nice quick initiation. We're seeing here on the left-hand side of the screen just how out of the way of the defense was. Found a really good place to kind of park up and wait. And if the defense don't respond, then the offense can capitalize. It's exactly what we saw. Nice throw over the top of any of the intervening players, and then a quick 1-2 continuation. And I think one of the cool things about that is when you've got a player parked up in the middle, exactly as Whakatane had done, when that disc comes through, the downfield defenders are like, oh no, we've got to do something. They peel off their assignments to close in, and that frees someone else further up in the downfield, which allows for that nice 1-2 pass for the score. So well done to Whakatane, putting their 3rd point on the board.
Kei te āhua wānanga rautaki a te timo Takapuna, no reira e tatari ana tātou kia whakaoti ngā kōrero me ki. So we had Takapuna's coach just having a bit of a hui, a kōrero with the team, before we kick off into the next pool.
And again, at this early stage in the game, when the teams are still trying to feel each other out, that kōrero, it's really about just, hey, let's make a couple of minor tweaks, hey? Let's be a little patient, or maybe let's pick up the pace. Really kind of depends on what the coaches can see and what the players are capable of responding to. A little bit papaku on that throw there.
Beautiful take there from Takapuna.
Managing to get it back.
I love the use of fakes as well. It's really trying to get the defender away. Heoia no, rawe katoa taua haukoti.
Beautiful run through by Anderson for Whakatane to get the disc back. It's up. There's a lot of float underneath it.
Oh, almost had it. However, that was a great intercept from Takapuna.
Yeah, great touch by Carl to get the tip on that one. Anderson was underneath it for Whakatane, but not quite able to get hands there. McNamara trying to get the disc away. Whakatane with an opportunity.
Oh. Atahua.
Anderson finds Mies for the score for Whakatane to go up by 3 now. The score is 4-1.
Whakatane quick to switch on to offense. Beautiful, nice low pass there as well.
Yeah, something that I'm loving seeing from this Whakatane side is just the amount of energy that they have. So when they're on offense, there's a lot of movement, not only from the person with the disc throwing those fakes, as you mentioned, but also in the downfield, they're scrambling around. They're making some really solid cuts. They're making it hard for the defense to keep up with them, but they're not giving any of their energy up if there's a turn. So if they turn over and Takapuna get the disc, Whakatane still have their energy on defense. They're staying nice and tight. They're running through. They're getting all these beautiful otaki. It's great to see. And honestly, Ciccone, in the context of a tournament like this, the first game on day 2 is a hard one to play. You've spent the entire first day, you've been really working hard to perform well in the pool play, and maybe you've even had your first bracket game. And you try and get a decent amount of sleep, you try and get a little bit of rest, but that adrenaline is still there. And then you might be a little bit tired, it might be a little bit hard to warm up. The first day, or the first game, great work by Fakatane there. Oh, just outside. Just waiting for some shoes to get tied. Carl is going to initiate for Takapuna.
Nice take there from Takapuna. Ellis?
Oh, couldn't quite get the reset away. A great attempt though. And the sword swings back in the other direction. Ellis on a great deep cut, wide open. Can she get there?
Oh, yes. Beautiful take there. And again, free from defenders.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's that kind of awareness. Hey, where is the attention of the defense? Okay, and if the defense is all paying attention to the disc and paying attention to that close side, if that's where we've directed a lot of our momentum, which we can see here, we're directing our momentum along and up that far sideline. Great work by Alice to peel back out of the end zone and make sure that we retain possession for Takapuna. But then, all the way on the opposite side of the field, no one's around. And so Takapuna taking an opportunity to put a player there to give them a really inviting target for that throw to get their second point on the board for the game.
You can see Takapuna's players really dragging the Whakatane defense over to one side, as you said, really opening up the space on the other side of the field.
It's one of those things where certainly...
Love it. That's the type of energy we want. They've been bringing that energy all morning. As soon as they got to the field, they were chanting and everything. We could hear their music. So good.
And it's really great to see that energy translate onto what they're doing on the field. They're starting to shape up. They're starting to wake up a little more as well. We're seeing a bit more hustle from them, which is fantastic. Beautiful, nice. Floaty Kume is going to peel back and touch in just out of bounds. That would have been a great, would have been a fantastic throw to touch it just inside.
Rawe te hau koti mai Takapuna me te whiu.
Looking for Hayward in the end zone. Found her.
Rawe. E hika ma.
Turns out that dance is good luck. Fantastic work by Takapuna to bring it back to a one-point game. It's exactly what we're hoping to see at this level, especially as we've started to move into our brackets. We're trying to sort of progress in towards our semis and our finals that we'll be seeing later on today. This is the level of ultimate that we're looking to see as it sharpens and sharpens and sharpens, which is just really great. Huge vision there as well. Nice hotoki there. And then immediately recognizing the deep space, recognizing that Hayward had a couple of meters on her defense and just putting something out there for her to pull down. Great work by Takapuna.
Beautiful height on that pass too, to make sure that it actually it got right to the end and Hayward was able to get right under it.
And when we have, as you said, like when we have that height under the pass, especially if it can be nice and leading, it kind of tends to like float down in front of the receiver. Passes that come in a little bit throw with maybe a little bit more heat on them, they tend to lead out in front of the receiver, and it requires that huge burst of speed right at the end to be able to pull those down. But with a receiver like Hayward, especially when she's got space between her and the defense, it's a really great opportunity to put those floaters out there. Great work by Parker on the defense, just applying that pressure early. Going to give the disc back to Takapuna, hoping to tie the game. Carter finds Nolan.
Rawe ngā mahi ara I konei. Unable to find some clear space though.
I do like the vision though, right?
Yes.
Having that throw sort of arcing up, recognizing there were a couple of players there. Just as we focus on some of that communication, maybe those downfield players might see that throw coming a little early and get themselves into a place to make that one of those like beautiful scores that we've seen Whakatane put in place already. Good touch by Hayward on the disc there. Fantastic. Okati there. Carter with a huge...
Nice, long. Beautiful take there from Takapuna. And Whakatane really putting on the defensive pressure as well.
That was fantastic work by Hayward to pull that one down despite the defense being right there. And then Whakatane again recognizing where that space is a little bit, applying pressure by having defense there. Hayward's going to get another opportunity to close this one out.
Are we going to see someone open up? Open up a gap maybe?
Not a bad option, actually. Just thinking about how the line that throw had. A little bit more communication, a little bit maybe sort of heads up from those downfielders. Going to do a great job of seeing those points come away. Great pressure there by Takapuna, but Whakatane have done a fantastic job of pushing them back downfield, giving them a long field to have to work through. The more throws that takes.
Ngā mahi haukoti konei mai a Whakatane. Great intercept there from Whakatane. Awesome take as well. Oh, Te Pātata hoki almost had it, just slipped off the tip.
A great chase there by Tets to get underneath that disc. That was fantastic to see. But again, a lot of that sort of Whakatane defensive pressure. Even if there are these turns, they're still managing to push Takapuna back downfield. They're making it harder for their opposition to keep that game nice and tight. Great intercept there by Rat. But it cuts back the other way. It's long, but there's a good chase underneath it.
Oh, so close. That was
so
an
close.
awesome chase. Can really start to feel the intensity lifting here.
Ellis nearly manages to connect with Hayward.
Ka pai ngā mahi konei mai ngā tima e rua. Great defense here from Carter.
Oh, we're seeing a timeout be called. So we'll be back in just a few seconds, so a lot of that pressure on. When we have a timeout in Ultimate, what generally happens is the teams will come together, they'll huddle, they might think of a called play, something that they want to run from sort of a set position. But it also gives them an opportunity to have a little bit of a reset. So the offense come back and they reset their structure however they want it. So whether or not they've got sort of players that they want to sort of shift around, once the offense has set their structure, the defense get to respond, and so they'll sort of pick their matchups and figure out where they need to be positioned. And then the player who called the timeout, so Hayward had the disc, she will have to come back in and reinitiate. But other than that, it gives them a really great opportunity to kind of just settle down. If that the stall count, so we mentioned yesterday that it's almost like a shot clock in basketball, as counted by the your sort of opposing marker, the person who's marking the person with the disc. They're counting to 10. That stall count does not get reset, but it is going to give Takapuna an opportunity to sort of sit and think and maybe set themselves up to get the disc out of the hands of Hayward to just keep that momentum and keep that possession going.
Both teams are doing really good work here though in the first 25 minutes of the game. Keeping that score nice and tight. We love a tight game.
Now we've seen some of the games in this tournament push all the way to sort of 13, 14 points before the game is decided. I've always been of the opinion that when you have a game that is relatively low scoring, where we're halfway through our time clock and we're sitting at 4-3, it's just a testament to how much intensity the teams are bringing on defense. They're able to apply that pressure. They're able to generate those turnovers. But because both teams are doing that, it's not a case of, hey, we've turned over the disc and now we've scored. It's we've turned over the disc and now we have to fight to score, which is really good to see because it means both of those teams, they're being very, very hungry on defense. They're really working for it.
Ka pai nai nei e whakarite ana ngā tima ki te koke, kia koke whakamua me tēnei kēmu. Teams are just getting ready to kick it off again.
Oh, so as I mentioned, Ciccone, we talked about the possibility of whether or not they want to call a set play. Look at where we are on the field. We have Hayward with the disc. One of her teammates is behind and off to the side to maybe give an easy reset option. But our other players, they've set up in a stack along the near sideline. And so that's going to create a lot of room in the midfield for an isolation play. So one player gets all the space to use to shake free from their defense. And we'll see what they're able to do with it as the disc comes back in. Oh, a great sequence there. So just to play that one back, on that near sideline, Parker, number 9 for Takapuna, was at the back of the stack. They were in the deepest position. And so she peeled down the sideline to pull her defense out. And what that did is it freed up that downfield space for the other Takapuna receivers to target, which was great. It's unfortunate to see that it didn't play out. I love a good set play when it works.
Who knows, we might see it again later on in the game.
Yeah. And at the moment there's been a foul call, but it looks like Carter for Takapuna is going to retain possession of the disc. So they've only got about 15, maybe 20 metres to go before they can put away this score. Carter feeling the pressure, manages to get a bite out of the fake to open up some space, but cannot connect. Baker applying a great amount of defensive pressure in that downfield.
Beautiful take there from Takapuna.
Yeah. Ellis puts up a big forehand.
Oh, almost able to retain it. Not quite, though.
Just enough from Rat to spook the offense. Again, some awesome defensive pressure here from both teams. Ellis finds Carter. Nice quick 1-2 to open up the field. We're seeing Hayward come back down into that handler space to try and give the extra options. Great attempt there, but not quite going to be enough as Whakatane have a long field to push, but they put a big forehand up. Ka rawe taua hopu mai I te ia Whakatane, Maya Anderson. A tāua te haukotu as well. Great block there. Yeah, beautiful positioning there. Nice whakatai upper there by Takapuna to shut that one down. Parker with great positioning, but Whakatane retained possession now. Over the top, looking for Anderson. Pop, and there we go. Anderson with a piro, taking Whakatane's points up to 5. That's exactly what they needed, right? They had a nice kind of early lead. It was sort of 2-0 and then 2-1 and then 3 and 4, and Takapuna have come back. Whakatane have needed that, not only to close out that point, because with the intensity that both of these teams are bringing on defense, that point tends to drag. The fatigue starts to set in. So that timeout that Takapuna called was probably as much as an opportunity to rest as anything else. But Whakatane were the ones who were able to put that one away. Kei mua mā te rua again. Nice work by Anderson. Great rundown and just getting a sense for where the disc was falling, getting underneath it, going up, pulling that one down for Whakatane.
Ka pai, e hui ana te tima Takapuna i konei.
And so Whakatane to come out on defence. We see the signal for readiness from Takapuna. Up goes the kume. And it's going to give them a great opportunity to chase down, start applying that pressure early. Takapuna not able to get the disc moving before the Whakatane defence have put into position. And a nice quick transition, putting the forehand up, it's fading.
And, just out of touch.
Anderson going for it again though.
Rawe ngā mahi ara I konei mai a Whakatane. And there we go. Ka kite ngā hua. Almost had it there.
A great bid, having to go to ground to try and pull that one down, not quite going to make it. Takapuna with an opportunity now to pull back the score.
Nice. Are we seeing another play here as well from Takapuna?
Mitev with the disc. Manages to find Ellis.
Whakatane keeping the Takapuna players up high as well.
Great okati there by Anderson to give Whakatane the disc again. Judd sending it deep. Shut down by Mitev. Sun's out, guns out for Takapuna.
Atahua.
Ka pai, Mitev. That's a good block. Putting it up, putting it high. It's going to roll, which is going to give Whakatane's offense a little bit longer to have to work. Decides to put up a nice big forehand. Can Anderson get it?
Atahua again. Anderson for another point.
That's 2 in a row from Anderson for Whakatane. Doing a fantastic job just setting the team up for success by making those nice, strong cuts towards the end zone. Getting the couple of steps on the defense. And just that trust as well. It's just fantastic to see that trust in the teammates. Hey, I know Lily's going deep. I'm going to put it up. I know she can pull it down.
Beautiful. They really opened up that half of the field to create that space.
A little bit of insight from the Takapuna coaches at the moment. Gathering with their players on the line, having a little bit of a chat. Again, getting a couple of those. Maybe just trying to do a temperature check for the team as well. How are you guys feeling? What are we looking to focus on in this point? I've had the fortune of working with a number of coaches, and they really take a process focus as opposed to sort of a goal focus, right? So even though we might be down by 3 points, hey, what do we want to do really well on this point? If we turn it over, how do we want to play our defense? Or if we're focusing on offense, what's the biggest priority for us? Hayward's going for it. Oh, nearly managing to get the second bite.
Gonna call a foul here.
Oh, we're seeing those hand signals. It's a little hard to see, but again, as we mentioned yesterday, Ultimate's a self-officiated sport, so it comes down to the players to discuss what they think happened and to make a resolution. particularly as we start moving into higher levels of Ultimate, it becomes a question of having a good understanding of your own ability as well. So the question becomes like, yeah, the contact shouldn't have happened, but I've seen a number of fouls where they had them, they had a bit of a conversation, and then the person who called the foul, the intended receiver, thought to themselves, actually, I probably wouldn't have got that even if you hadn't bumped me. And we often see those fouls retracted in the turnovers stand. Now, because that foul happened essentially in the end zone, rather than it being a score, the disc will come in at the front of the end zone. It'll be checked in. Hayward will take possession. Once the disc is checked in, players are free to move. Not able to close that one out.
Is there a limit to how many people can be in the end zone at one time?
No. So, because I know that we've spoken about this, your sort of sporting background predominantly from netball.
Yeah.
And so with a sport like netball, there's a greater degree of kind of positional space on the field. You have players who take specific positions or specific roles. It's a little bit more fluid in Ultimate, depending on the sort of skill sets of the individual. We've seen, particularly in some of our other teams, where we've seen the same players kind of float around the disc a lot more. They do a lot more of the handling of the disc.
Yeah.
But it is a lot more fluid than in a lot of other sports, and so there's no limit to how many players you can have in the end zone. Oh, a great touch there by Whakatane to get possession.
Oh, and again by Takapuna.
Takapuna answer with one of their own. The major concern for the players on the field with regards to how many players you have in the end zone is about the spacing. And we've talked a lot, and you've mentioned quite a few times that the players who seem to be doing really well are the ones who are understanding and creating space on the field. If you have all of your players in the end zone trying to score, all of the defense is there as well.
Yep.
And in five-a-side, if you've got 4 players in the end zone, that's now 8 people swarming through that end zone who are all in a position to get in the way of a score. So Takapuna to pick up. Carter marked by Anderson. We're seeing Hayward make a really great opening cut, getting enough separation, getting the disc, able to keep things moving for Takapuna. Deciding to send it long. Nice little crossbar challenge there.
Nice tag there from Whakatane. Rawe te hofu I kona hoki. Me ka rawe, ka nui te pai from Mies.
Yeah, just a great work from Whakatane on that sequence, kind of recognising where there was the need for a little bit of recovery. We saw Anderson go up nice and aggressive to take that one down. We'll see that again here. Nolan puts it up. Anderson finds it. And then, as you said, Mies cutting into that open space on that near sideline, giving them a really great opportunity to put a nice little floaty pass out.
Ataua.
Great score there for Whakatane to come 1 away from half-time. So we mentioned earlier that it's a game to 15, which means when the first team takes their 8th point, we'll have a short half-time break. And we'll have a little bit of a chat about what the implications for that are in the context of the game. But coaches, again, on the line with Takapuna, just doing that same temperature check, seeing what kind of tweaks we want to make. It's still anybody's game. A 4-point lead is not insurmountable. I mean, we've spoken to teams already this tournament who have had extensive leads, and just through maybe letting the pedal up or letting the gas off, their opposition have been able to stage just phenomenal comebacks to steal the win. And that might be what we see from Takapuna throughout the rest of the game. Who can say? Only time can tell.
And with that being said, we have about 10 minutes as well left here in this game. Nice take there on the sideline.
Whakatane sent back the other way. Oh, just outside the hands of Cassie Bennett for Whakatane, who's immediately back up and applying that pressure on defense.
Rawe te haukoti kona. Sending it long and tahua.
Anderson again.
Toru Piro, 3 points for her.
Yeah, just fantastic. Again, I mean, as we say, right, when you've got a player who's consistently cutting hard for the end zone, they're getting that separation from the defender. It's too inviting a target.
Beautiful, right there.
With style.
Hanui te pai.
So that's going to be our half time. So we mentioned this during yesterday's broadcast. Before the game starts, the teams essentially flip a disc, much like a coin toss, to determine which team's going to start on offense, which team's going to start on defense. Now, the key here is that the second half, regardless of what the score is, if it's 8-3, if it's 8-1, if it's 8-7, the team who started the game on offense start the second half on defense. Now, it seems like so long ago, I can't remember who actually started on offense or on defense. But if we say that Whakatane had started the game on defense, even though they've scored that last point, they then start the next point on offense. They don't have to fight to get the disc. They're in a great opportunity to continue to widen their lead. So there's a huge amount of momentum that can come with taking half. And we're going to see, once we return to play, how that manifests for us. Great run through there by Takapuna.
Some awesome plays that we've seen here in the first half.
Oh, this was one of my favorites. We see Paget cut back. Nice line drive for the score for Takapuna. And it comes back to what you were saying before, Ciccone, about that, the importance of those fakes. We generally want on defense to be really directing where the players can go and where the disc can go,
yes,
keeping in mind that it's a non-contact sport. And those fakes are vitally important in terms of moving the defense out of the way to open up wider channels for us to throw into. And so those fakes, and we start to see those, and we start to see some of those big fakes and really intentional, deliberate fakes. That's where we start getting the movement from the defense that opens the game up for us.
You can see the players too, and a few of the players have done, angling their body to a particular position just to try and get the offense to, I guess, play in a certain direction, play on a certain side of the field. And it also gives the defense heads up on where they should be marking as well. Beautiful energy here from the bench of Takapuna. Really lifting up the energy. And you can see it reciprocating too on the field.
And so we'll see how that translates to their offense as Whakatane put up the kume. Falls out of bounds, so we're going to see Carter put the hand up to give the signal for a brick. So there's a couple of X marks that have been painted on the field, and in the center of the field, a little way in front of the defensive end zone. The disc will come in from that point. So we're seeing Takapuna set up quite deep. Give them a lot of room to build up ahead of steam. Alice receives the disc.
You can see a lot of change of direction here from Takapuna.
Good touch by Bennett to secure that one for Whakatane. Puts it up big.
Ka haukotingia e Takapuna I konei. Karawe te whakamahi, te whānui o te whira hoki. Great use of the whole field from Takapuna here.
Alice a little bit crowded. Bennett's going to do that one again.
Ooh, awesome intercept there from Takapuna.
Yeah, Carter for Whakatane trying to push that one through to Anderson for another one of those connections we've seen already. But Takapuna coming in with the great Okati. Great work by Nolan for Whakatane, reading the direction of that play. Not able to close that one out though. That was a great block, that one. Peeling off the defense, seeing where the disc was going to go. That's the kind of awareness that you want, you almost can't teach. A little bit of a slip in the downfield.
Turnover for Whakatane. Going fast. Ka nui te pai. Ko Anderson anō tēnā. Beautiful work. And again.
That's 4 for Anderson in this game. Again, just that aggressive cut, getting that separation.
You can see that change of pace from Anderson as well, running behind a defender. Keeping an eye on that disc.
Not the little slide cancel as well. Oh, we get to see that again. Drops to the knees to make the catch and then instantly walks it off. Oh,
What style.
you love to see it.
What style.
So we're about 2 minutes away from our soft cap. Whakatane kei mua mā te ono. We see this. Yep.
We've heard a few throwback songs from Takapuna this morning, haven't we?
Yeah. It's a good vibe.
Yeah,
You
it
know?
is.
It's terrifying to think that some of those songs are considered classics.
Yeah, they had a bit of Justin Timberlake this morning.
I can feel my bones creaking when they describe these as classic songs, but that's all right. The energy is there. The energy of the music of my youth is helping today's youth. Little bit papaku on that one. It's going to give it back to Takapuna, who are hoping to close the gap. Yeah, great touch by Nolan for Whakatane to shut that one down.
Oh, unable to retain that one. But great defensive pressure there from Takapuna.
And great awareness. Again, I mean, if Anderson had pulled that one down, that would have been 5. Was great to see, though, how she sort of hung back from that one a little bit, recognizing, hey, there's already people going up for it. A great put to the middle of the end zone. No one was there to scoop that one up. We've just heard the who to go. So what we'll do is we'll conclude this point, and then it's going to be a flat race to the highest score. So if Takapuna score this point, and the score becomes 9-4, our teams will just be racing to 10. If Whakatane score this point, it'll be a game to 11. Great cut across the front of the disc by Hayward. Who puts it up. Some good territory gained there by Takapuna, but Whakatane have some pretty long throws of their own. They're able to put it deep. And we'll see if anyone's there underneath it.
Rawe te
Hayward.
haukuti. Beautiful haukuti there from Hayward.
They're not going to give up without a fight. There were two solid receivers for Whakatane in that
There
space
were,
too,
yes.
but Hayward was the one who just had the great read, had the positioning. Paget finds Hayward, working the far sideline. Great take by Ellis. Puts it up.
Nice tip there from Whakatane.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, right? It's, as we were saying yesterday, defense's job is just to go early to throw off the timing. Hayward getting involved again, refusing to let Whakatane hold on to the disc. Putting it up, is it going to peel back in? Not quite enough. Paget, enforcing good habits, decides to run it down anyway. Bennett for Whakatane.
Nice take there from Mies.
Just outside the reach of Nolan. Couldn't pull that one down. Ellis to go back for Takapuna. Hayward's underneath it. No, it's Bennett. Bennett with the block. Sending it long. Nolan's chasing.
And,
Gets
just
fingers to it.
slips, yes.
What a great rundown.
Whakatane again has another chance.
Great work by Nolan. For
Karawe.
Anderson again. And so as Whakatane break the double-digit barrier, the score is now 10-3 in favour of Whakatane. So we are going to have a race to 11. Whakatane only need to get one more point on the board to walk away with the win. Takapuna have a long but not impossible road ahead of them. Especially considering that they'll be starting this next point on offense. So they don't have to fight to get the disc. If they are patient, if they hold on to it, they might be able to keep themselves in this game. Look at that grace. Oh, cut it out. Coach for Takapuna providing a little bit of instruction. Just maybe signaling a couple of key roles for this next possession for them. Whakatane, just 5 players on the line, ready to go.
We have Baker there that's going to start us off.
We see the hand go up. Nice amount of float. It's going to give Takapuna a pretty good starting position on the field, but also it means that Whakatane are able to set their defense early. And applying that pressure.
Early on in this pool, yep.
Lang pushes deep, finds Anderson, tries to finish off for Tets, puts one up.
Oh, so close. Oh, I hit
Heartbreak
it.
for Whakatane. A great sequence. The spirits are still high. They're still smiling. That was great work eating up the field as well. Carter trying to shift Anderson out of the way to give herself a channel. Throws. Hayward could not get there in time. We're going to see Rat pick up and initiate. Big shot goes up. Carter with the denial.
Rawe te haukuti kona. Ka pai Takapuna i naine on offense.
Now we're starting to see some of those connections happen, which is great work. Ellis with the disc. Hayward getting involved. A huge run through from Baker. Puts it up. Looking for Anderson.
Oh, so close.
Just by millimeters. I think that disc came in a little bit hot. Maybe bounced off the hands.
That was great fast thinking from Baker, though.
Absolutely. Again, recognizing when you've got a player pushing deep into the end zone, if you think you've got the throws, this is the time to try it out. Carter puts it up. Little bit of contact. We're just going to see a possible call made there. Yeah. So as a result of that contact, Paget with a little bit of a limp, but she seems to be okay, which is great to see. And Takapuna are going to have another chance.
Rawe te hau ko tūkona mai a Baker again. Ko Baker tērā? E he, mo taku here, sorry, that was Rat.
But it looks like there may have been some contact on the play, so Hayward's going to call that one. The players are going to have a little bit of discussion. Hey, was there contact? Each player is given the opportunity to present their own side. And I think one of the best things about Ultimate is if players are unable to come to an agreement, it's still considered good sportsmanship to say, all right, we haven't agreed, let's send it back to the last play where we all agree what happened. So the last uncontested possession, which I think would be not sure, possibly Ellis with the disc.
You can see both the coaches as well on the sideline also having a kōrero, helping their players.
So we can see the signal as well. Those two fists being pumped together by the Takapuna coach saying, hey, we've had enough time to discuss it. If we don't feel as though we can come to an agreement, let's say that's a contested foul and the disc is going to go back. And it's as though the foul never happened. I think one of the best things about the sport is the fact that there's no, like, while there's no penalty for, you know, like no real penalty for fouling, there's no benefit to it either. Right?
Yeah.
If a foul happens, like, well, we just go back. It's like it never happened. So one of my favorite things about the sport. Great run through, great attack by Paget to pull that one back.
Beautiful choice of pass there as well.
Yeah, manages to find Ellis, marked by Tets. Anderson hot on the shoulder of Carter, providing enough pressure to generate that block. Whakatane working back the other way. Anderson again.
Ka rawe. Tino whai.
What a fantastic way for Whakatane to finish that game. Just a great, stellar performance from both of these teams. But it is Whakatane who walk away with the win in the end. As I mentioned earlier, a relatively low-scoring game, all things considered. Little bit of a run for Whakatane towards the end, but both teams were in it the whole way. A huge amount of defensive intensity on display from both teams. They were not willing to give it up right until the very end. So well done to Whakatane, but also well done to Takapuna Grammar School. Great display on both sides. We will be back with our next game as we continue through the upper-seeded bracket games. And so we've got a quarter-final coming up for you next. We'll have some more information about who will be playing in that game in just a moment. But until then, ko Blair Munro tōku ingoa.
Ko Shikani Hakarai tēnā tōku ingoa.
Thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back again very soon.
Hei kona.
Cause those stops and those bounces, what makes What if I'll never get it right? I try to follow my heart, but I lost it somehow. Wish that someone could say it'll all be okay. Just listen to me as I say. Listen to me as I say. Tell yours if you want. You're alright, 'cause those ups and those downs is what makes it worth it. Slowly it's down. Tell yours if you want. Alright, 'cause those ups and those downs is what makes it worth it. Breathe in some love and let yourself unfold. Breathe in some love and let yourself unfold. You're so much deeper when you quit playing charades. Yeah. You act so cool, but underneath you seem afraid. There's something sweet about your eyes when you feel safe. Yeah. You keep running away. Owe it to yourself today. Just try to open up and show someone you care. You might not be intentional, but you seem scared. Just try to open up and let it lead somewhere. Breathe in some love and let yourself unfold. Breathe in some love and let yourself unfold. There's something juvenile about your pretty face, but it seems so hard for you to know when you need space. I hope you find your peace and that you get a taste with yourself. Oh, yeah. Let yourself unfold. Yeah. Let yourself unfold. Owe it to yourself today. Just try to open up and show someone you care. It might not be intentional, but you seem scared. Just try to open up and let it lead somewhere. Breathe in some love and let yourself unfold. Breathe in some love and let yourself unfold. Open up, just spread your wings and jump to rise, not fall. You flying higher. You jump to fly higher. Open up, just spread your wings and jump to rise, not fall. You flying higher. You jump to fly higher. Standing on the edge while you're looking down. Fly down on the ground just to find out. You fly so fly, don't ya? Keep riding skies, won't ya? Standing on the edge while you're looking down. Fly down on the ground. Hey.
Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
We found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes. At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes. At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritizing function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
I'm Jason Bill, and we farm around the Mid-North. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you. We're going to go once. We're going twice. And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
The best secondary school hockey teams battle for the Rankin Cup 2023.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākoro nā te iti o te kura.
I roto i ngā tau, ai, ko puta etahi wero, he wero I tā mātou whakamahi te reo. Ko etahi o ngā kai tākoro kua hāmene hia.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai I tō tinana ki tō ngātou. Kia toa I te kēmu nei.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Dan Carter.
out and knew the power of winning.
Your instincts tell you the Scots different.
The flip side of that was the intense pressure.
I'd go back to my hotel room and I'd be broken.
Dan Carter, a perfect 10. Ki whakaata Māori, me Māori Plus.
Always on the move? You can keep up to date with Alti TV on all of our social media channels. Like, follow, subscribe, share us with a friend, or send us a message just to say hey. Thank you for supporting us in our mission to grow Ultimate everywhere.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and their consultant and had a think. We challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
It's a real privilege, but for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Learn
Purako. Explore Te Taiao.
Haimau.
Tūhura ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Learn
Purako. Explore Te Taiao.
Haimau.
Tūhura ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
I'm Trevor Johnson and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Tēnā koutou tamariki mā.
Ona mai ki tamariki hā.
Mai mai, ia.
Download Māori Plus
Download it, download it, download it. It's easy. It's free. Tanuchu. Island of Mystery. Tuhura. Onomaiki Tamarikiha. Download Maori Plus. Please, Mum.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
Okay. Let's go then, eh?
You want to just jump in, the dark horse?
Deep down, that's all we want. Just freedom.
You sucker. You better watch out, you fool.
Often think of my cousin.
She didn't have anyone.
She had us.
You're pretty beautiful.
Same.
We're going to get you back, Mata. I promise.
Kiriata no Aotearoa, ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
Hey, sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited today. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku Taimwana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
How can you allow this to happen in the 21st century?
What it is the same old faces, the Ken Mears, the Harawira families, the haters and wreckers.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
What you can do in 50,000 turn up.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākoro nā te iti o te kura.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai tō tinana ki tō ngākau.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Nau mai hoki mai e te iwi, ki te kēmu tuaroa mo tēnei pāpāhotanga. We have Hamilton Boys High School playing against Auckland Grammar. This is our first men's game that we've had on stream for day 2.
And it's going to be a fantastic one. So we have Auckland Grammar, as you mentioned, Chaconi, Auckland Grammar versus Hamilton Boys. We saw Hamilton Boys High School playing yesterday, put out a fantastic performance against Selwyn College. We haven't seen Auckland Grammar on stream yet, but under the leadership of a of one Warren Buckingham with a lot of sort of esteem and pedigree throughout the New Zealand ultimate community. So we'll see how his coaching has shaped these young athletes and see whether or not they can put on a fantastic performance against Hamilton boys. Immediately starting off with the big long throw.
Tahua, what a strong start from Auckland Boys Grammar.
Absolutely eaten up. Just the level of precision on that throw as well. Just a quick one pass. Nice good punch through for number 19 for Auckland Grammar to put the score on the board. Hamilton boys are going to have to answer with one of their own. And I think that's one of the interesting things, particularly about sort of youth men's ultimate or open ultimate, is that kind of tendency to, okay, we see you, and then to have to respond with something that can, I guess, kind of answer that energy, that answer the tone that Auckland Grammar have set.
Beautiful. What a way to open the game.
Just a nice, beautiful forehand up that near sideline. Tracked really well by number 19. We're going to see them come out on defense now. Huge high Kume to be fielded by Jack for Hamilton boys. They've set up in a side stack. Strategy is a little different. James on a great undercut with a big foot block.
Awesome.
Whew. Tried for the big huck, but it got red. Auckland Grammar put the laser show up.
Tahua, and again, Auckland Boys Grammar on the scoreboard again for 2.
That's just a fantastic performance. Really great early start. So we had Reed Smith for that first point, and then Bardsley for the second for Auckland Grammar.
Beautiful choice of pass there as well.
Yeah,
going under the leg of Hamilton Boys High School.
Nice low release. Follis in hot pursuit of that, but he wasn't able to get to it in time. So Auckland Grammar up by 2.
Nice, Hamilton Boys High School. E kōrero tahi nei ki ngā te kai whakahaere. Just having a quick chat with their coach.
Big pull by Armstrong, nice and high. Fielded again by Kume. We're going to see something similar with the Hamilton Boys High splitting the field. Follis trying to find an isolation but can't quite get to it in the midfield. It's going to give a great opportunity here for Auckland Boys Grammar to put another one on the board and widen that gap. Craddock goes for a reset. Great bid by Jack, but it's not going to be enough. Right on the doorstep.
Ka Rawe, and again for Auckland Boys Grammar.
It's Craddock finding Reed Smith in the end zone. Nice little sliding grab. A great low release underneath the leg of James for Hamilton Boys High School.
They're really nailing those low releases, aren't they? And it is working for them quite a bit.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you as a thrower have the ability to release from a variety of different points, it just means that it's that much harder for the defense to cover everything that you've got. And so we'll see again. So that nice little reset there. A little bit of curvature around. Armstrong pops it straight back. We're going to see here. So on Craddock's pivot foot, he had his left foot planted on the ground. He lunged deep enough that his knee was touching the ground. Like, that's how low he was getting to control that release point to make sure that that Hamilton Boys defense wasn't going to be able to get a touch on it. And we're going to see them coming back the other way now. A lot of float underneath that Kume, but it's going to fall down out of bounds. Jack with the disc. They're calling for cuts. Nice toe. Yeah, great toe in there by Hugh.
Awesome defense here from Auckland Boys.
Jack's able to keep that one in hand. Great run through by Bardsley for the block.
Nice little change of direction there as well from Barsley.
Can't quite toe that one into the end zone. Great attempt at a jump in though.
Rauenga mahi ārai konei from Hamilton. Great defensive pressure here from Hamilton.
Here we go, forcing those players in that upfield, the ones a bit more confident with the disc, forcing them to use those reset options rather than just being able to push forward into the downfield.
Ka rawe hoki.
But credit to Reed Smith yet again. I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to see that connection a few more times during this match.
So do I.
So Auckland Grammar now 4-0 over Hamilton Boys. And this is one of the things that it's really good to see at a youth level, right? Not just the fact that Auckland Grammar are coming out and putting their stamp on the match. God, that was such a beautiful toe in by Hugh.
Great spatial awareness.
Jack able to provide that security on that reset as well. Manages to hit an inside break, but touched through by Auckland Grammar for the turn. They're able to capitalise on that score. But I mean, when we saw Hamilton Boys yesterday, they were putting on a really solid performance. They had a strong lead. They were really piling the pressure onto Selwyn. And it's one of those things where when the mental state is high when you're winning, and then all of a sudden you come up against a team who manages to put 4 points on you back to back, you've got to dig a little deeper. You've got to find, okay, like how do we stop that from happening? How do we sort of stem the flow? And so hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of a change, a little bit of a shake-up from Hamilton Boys High School, making some changes, really putting their mark on this game as well. Early cut from Sinclair.
Noe ngā mahi konei mai a Hamilton Boys, me tōna whiu, take. Engari ka haukotingia e Auckland Boys Grammar.
McCone getting up. I mean, the way that disc was fading, Follis had a great position for it, but just fantastic. Whakataiapa there from McCone, getting up, getting the block. So we're seeing Auckland Grammar set up in a vertical stack, so they're really starting to push. Cuts coming in one at a time. Craddock now looking to stretch the field a little bit.
Nice fast play here from Auckland Boys.
Not going to be able to find Armstrong. Great length to the throws and great speed from these players as well. But that number 3 for Auckland Boys Grammar, he's the captain of the national under-20 squad at the moment, and you kind of see the kind of patience and skill that he's got on display, which is great. That he's able to sort of stretch the field a little bit. Follis nearly able to get both hands to it. But again, at that sort of under-20 level, again, it's predominantly 7-a-side playing on a larger field. So it's that same thing we mentioned yesterday when you've got players who have a bit more club experience, a bit of a sort of more 7-on-7 experience, how are they able to dial things in, pull the throws back a little bit, get a better sense for the space and judging the distances. Follis gets it back, peeling off his assignment to plug the gap that Armstrong was trying to hit.
Rauenga mahi haukoti kona mai a Hamilton. Metaua tapa cookie.
Nice put by Jack, big line drive, but Craddock comes up way with it.
You can see Auckland Boys are really sticking one-on-one to the offensive player.
There's the forehand, it's got to float, there's enough people underneath it, it's going to give Hamilton another opportunity to go back, although it looks like there was a foul on the play. Craddock calling foul there. And it's going to be, foul is going to be accepted. So Craddock will retain possession of that disc. Making the argument that as he went up, there was a little bit of contact or enough contact, and we're going to get to see it again. James maybe being a little too close to the hip. Who can say? But they're able to push that one through, finding Thomas in the end zone for the score as Auckland Boys Grammar go up by 5. Kei mua mā te rima.
Karawe hoki taua whiu I kona ki te wāhi piro. That was a pretty good throw into the end zone as well. Ka pai. Ko ngā kai whakahaere e kororo tahi nei ki ngā tima e rua. Both coaches just spent a bit of time there speaking to their teams.
Armstrong with the kume for Auckland boys. Grab a nice and high with a lot of float. Going to give them a lot of opportunity to run that down and start applying that pressure early. McCarran can't stop. Jack putting it up, looking for James. Pulls it down. Manages to get Hamilton boys on the board. No bagels for breakfast for Hamilton this morning.
Beautiful chase down there from James. Ka kite anō tātou I tēnā.
Jack putting it nice and long. And again, defense right on his shoulder.
Yes, still, hey, it goes back to that timing, isn't it? Timing of the jump, perfect.
Just the confidence as well, right? He didn't slow down. He didn't need to change much. He's just recognizing, right, keep him on my outside shoulder.
Yes.
I know my timing. I know my jump. I can pull this distance. So well done by Michael James to get that one on the board for Hamilton. We're going to see them come out on defense now. There's the signal. Nice arc on that one. Is it going to touch down? Just outside. Would have been a great pull for have it to touch down right on that front end zone corner. It's a really good place to start to apply sort of almost a trap defense, pinning them down to the sideline. You can start to move away from those strict one-on-one matchups that we've seen. We've seen a lot of person defense and start to take away some of those throwing options. Can be a little hard to do when you've only got 5 players on the field, but it's not impossible. Armstrong finding Craddock.
Rawe te ara I konei mai a Hamilton. Great defence here from Hamilton.
Nice and patient.
Yes. Nice quick play here from Auckland.
Scuba over the top from Craddock to find Armstrong to put them 2 points away from taking half. We're only 14 minutes into the game as well.
I'm really loving Auckland's quick play as well.
Scuba over the top. Nice little upside down pass. Has a little bit of an arc to it. And so players like Craddock, who have a lot of experience, they can start using some of those more, I guess, less conventional throws to create a shape that really assists the receiver. So you can see how that kind of pushed towards the far sideline and then peeled back in towards the end zone can do a really good job to kind of keep the disc away from the hands of a defender, particularly if they're quite close to the intended receiver there.
Nice high pull again.
Touching down. It's going to be picked up by Jack to initiate.
Nice.
Jack puts it up, but Reed Smith's underneath.
Oh. Rawe te haukoti kona mai Reed Smith.
Makes it a little bit tough for Sinclair to get a grab on that one. Craddock on a wide reset. Armstrong puts it up.
Katairane.
Can't stop McCone. Craddock to jump that one in on a great full field cut there. Starting to see a little bit of physicality between these players. Now, a reminder for those watching at home, Ultimate is a non-contact sport, but as it's self-officiated, it comes down to players to make a determination for themselves and with the other team as to what level of contact they deem acceptable. Right?
Nice long pass there from one end to the field all the way to the other side.
Good patience there from Auckland Grammar as well. There were a couple of options in the downfield space after McCone pulled that one down. We might get to see them again as players continue running. So we can see Reed Smith's there, has the back shoulder of his defense. But instead, McCone looking for something a little bit maybe more secure, maybe a little bit more within his range. Jack to field early, finds James, centre field, working a quick 1-2, running a dump truck. He's pushing all the way. He's got to step over two defenders. Oh, but they're able to close the gap, and Dylan Price can get the block there for Auckland Grammar.
Throwing te hopu kona.
Looking for McCone again. Pulls it down. Oh, yeah.
Beautiful play there from Auckland Grammar.
What a grab. And that is going to take us through to half-time. So game to 15, Auckland Grammar up by 7. Fantastic early performance, just never letting the pressure up, utilising some of their experience, some of their athleticism, just making sure that they've got people close enough to the disc to make plays and really starting to shut down any momentum that Hamilton are trying to build. Now, they've put 1 point on the board in this half, but we haven't seen the same strength of showing that we saw in their match yesterday against Selwyn. So it'll be up to this half-time for their leadership to sort of come together, figure out what, if anything, they want to change for the second half and put on a great show for the rest of the match. But until we come back, my name is Blair Munro.
My name is Shikoni Hakaraya-Turner.
We're here with Ulti TV and our proud media partners, Whakaata Māori, as well as our other sponsors, Apollo Projects, Caltex, New Zealand Carbon Farming, and Bailey's. But as I said yesterday, the best real estate is the couch right in front of the screen that you are watching this from. Stay tuned. We'll be back very soon. Kia ora te whānau. Welcome back to the second half of one of our first semi-final matches for the 2025 New Zealand Secondary Schools Ultimate Championships. We have Hamilton Boys High School starting off on offence against Auckland Grammar. Ko Blair Munro tōku ingoa.
Ko Shikoni Hakarai tērnā tōku ingoa.
And what a fantastic start to this half. We're seeing a lot more dynamic movement from Hamilton. So rather than relying on some of those long throws that they were putting up early that were getting blocked, they're starting to be a little bit more diligent with this movement. And
beautiful Pitiki Taua backup and support from Hamilton Boys.
Fantastic work by Hugh. Pulled down by Jack right on the doorstep. Are they able to put one on? Manages to find James.
Tino Pai, man, whatever the coach said to them in that halftime break.
Clearly worked,
yes.
Putting one on the board, fantastic there. Again, I mean, we've mentioned a little bit about the sort of how the conditions have sort of changed. The ground's probably a little bit wet. We did see Craddock slip as he was trying to track James, but hopefully we'll get a chance to see that again. So off the fingers, Hugh recovers it.
Great support there from Hamilton Boys. McCone. Called James.
There we go. Jack with another opportunity. You can see now James trying to push around. Takes a little bit of a circuitous route. Takes a nice wide arc. Craddock gets a slip, so he shakes free and is able to put that one on the board.
And a nice pass there from Jack as well.
So Hamilton to come out on defense. Again, Jack with a big pull. Touches down inbounds with a little bit of bounce. Armstrong puts it up long, looking for Craddock, marked by Hugh. Hugh's marking the face.
A tāhua ngā mahi aukati kona mai Hamilton. Great block there from Hamilton Boys.
Yeah, just again, getting in the way, going up enough. Having enough of a position that Craddock had to kind of reach around or through him to be able to get a touch on it. James puts it up, looking for Hugh. Can he get the bookends?
Ka rawe.
Not quite able to get it inbounds, but he manages to find Sinclair for the score. 2 back-to-back.
There we go. We're seeing the intensity lift here in this game at Iwi.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. I mean, as you pointed out, Ciccone, like, it's whatever the coach has said during that half-time.
Yes.
Has lit a fire under these Kirikiriroa kura, okay? Hugh with a big fake, and then managing to get a big bite, huge layout bid on the mark, but it's not going to be enough. Great work by Hugh. That really was his point. Doing the absolute most. Fantastic work.
Tāhua. Great work there from Hamilton Boys.
Now we'll see if they're able to continue this momentum. We're seeing the signal for readiness from Hamilton Boys High School. James puts up the kume. It's going to be bricked.
Bit too deep, yep.
Baker on the mark, trying to keep things busy. Craddock gets a reset, marked by Jack. James looking to just kind of play a little bit of a switchy defense, trying to take up space as much as he is trying to isolate the man, although it looks like they've switched things back now. Armstrong's going to get it in the midfield. Finds Craddock going wide. Jack stepping back a little bit, kind of trying to set a trap for Craddock almost. He can come wide. Reed Smith finds McCone, gets a bite, decides to go back centre field, finds Craddock, snaps one around to Bardsley to Reed Smith for the score.
Nice fluid play there from Auckland Grammar.
Absolutely, really patience. That's what they needed, I think, to answer those early 2 shots back from Hamilton Boys.
As you said there earlier, great patience there from Auckland Grammar.
Yeah, Just really nice cuts. And I think the important thing to watch as we see the sequence again, so we see that big fight, big bite there on the fake, comes back towards centre, finds Craddock, he goes around to find Bardsley, who then puts it through for Reed Smith. And it's the timing of number 19 for Auckland Grammar. So recognising, hey, this next throw is not going to be in the end zone, but the throw after will be. Where do I have to be and when to make that as easy as possible for my teammate to put this one on the board? Armstrong puts up the pull.
Nice deep pull there.
Finds Sinclair, back to Jack. Nothing developing in the deep space, but James finds a nice under. Hugh unmarked. Not an option. Decides to get it in the midfield instead. Goes back to Jack.
Again, nice patience here from Hamilton boys as well. Jack looking for some movement from his team.
Craddock doing a fantastic job of isolating James out, stopping him getting the reset.
Karawe hoki. Great back up there again from Hamilton boys.
Sinclair pulls that one down to go 4 points on the board now. We can see there Craddock really trying to fence out James. Jack puts up the long shot anyway, recognising that Auckland Grammar's defence were a little out of position.
Karawe hoki. Beautiful take there from Sinclair. Atahua.
So we're going to see Hamilton boys coming out on defence yet again.
Anei te kahui tautoko. Support crew.
Armstrong goes to Craddock early. Puts the big shot up. Hughes looking to get it. What a touch.
Great block there from Hugh.
James puts it up big, looking for Jack, but there's double coverage. Oh, just enough from Armstrong to get the touch on that one with the support from Bardsley. Huge amount of pressure for Jack to overcome. He's not going to be able to do it. The disc is going to go back to the hands of Auckland Grammar School.
Rawe te rongo I ngā kaitākuro e whakawhiti kōrero ana ki te whira hoki. Great to hear the communication on the field from the players as well.
Craddock can't get up the big shot yet. Decides to go find Bardsley far sideline. Little bit papaku on the next pass. Jack able to get a quick reset. Naveed covered too tight by Craddock for that next option. Jack gets it despite a little bit of shoulder contact. Finds Hugh. Can't quite connect with him though.
So Auckland Grammar will have another chance at scoring another point.
Craddock winds up the hammer, decides to put it back, and the tool belt goes wide. Finds McComb by way of Armstrong.
A low pass there, but very, very precise.
Bardsley getting his teeth in. Armstrong to Craddock yet again.
Rawe ngā mahi ara I konei mai a Hamilton. Great defensive pressure here from Hamilton, keeping Auckland boys higher in the field.
Jack goes for a big bid, can't quite pull it away. McCurran has it relatively close to the doorstep. Can he put it through? Not quite. Goes off the hands of Bardsley, and it's going to give Hamilton another opportunity. James has it marked by McCarron. The stall count getting a little bit high. Jack can't be there for the reset. Looks like that was a high stall bailout option. But that's all Auckland Grammar really need. There's a saying in Ultimate, you only really have to play 10 good seconds of defense. Craddock has it, very unmarked. Big hammer goes up. Look. Defense taking a little time to put that pressure back on.
Rauenga mahi kone mai Hamilton. Oh, rawe te aukati kona mai Stanley.
Great attempt by Hugh to get that one, but Stanley just a little too much in the way.
Stanley. Ko Huang takes that again.
Craddock putting it up for Reed Smith.
Ka rawe hoki.
Handily pulled down.
Reed Smith again with the point.
So Auckland Grammar now Teko Matoru against Hamilton Boys. Fa. So a reminder as well, it's a game to 15. Team, we have 10 minutes left on the clock as well. But if Auckland Grammar can put away the next 2 points before that 10 minutes is up, that's going to be the game, and they'll be moving on to, I believe, our finals.
Ka pai, te tari ana I konei. A konei ka tīmata ki te kume. Auckland Grammar just waiting for Hamilton Boys to signal that they are ready.
Armstrong puts it up. Little bit on the long side there. So James gives the signal for the brick. We're going to see Hamilton Boys setting up in that side stack. So bringing their players towards that near sideline. Jack providing a little bit of additional support if James needs it. Looks like we might see a little bit of a called play.
Oh, I love a called play.
Big push across field, trying to get the defense scrambling. It's not going to happen. James engages Jack as a reset defender, a reset handler.
He rautaki pai tēnei ki te wāwahi, te whira. Just off the tips though.
Great work by Huang there, just putting that little bit of pressure on early. I mean, when defense goes early, it does throw off the rhythm and the timing for the offense, and that's often all it takes. This is a game of millimeters. Craddock puts it up.
Ooh.
There's going to be no call. Great attempt by McCard, especially on that second shot at getting the disc in hand. Couldn't get it off the jump. Tries for it on the dive. It's not going to come away. Jack puts the shot up.
Raue te hopu mai a Huang. Great catch there from Huang.
Finds Armstrong far sideline, unmarked. He's got time, puts it across, looking for Craddock. Pulls it down on the near sideline.
Rauenga mahi ara I konei mai a Hamilton. Great defensive pressure there from James.
Bardsley back around, can't quite jump it in. Finishes off for Armstrong, putting them one away from finishing the game.
We have just under 7 minutes here left in the game.
So it's going to be a game to 15 regardless. And it's not as though Hamilton Boys are making a lot of mistakes. It's just that when there's that slight margin for error, the pressure from Auckland Grammar's defense is enough to just close those windows even further.
Something that I've noticed is that Auckland Grammar is really good at drawing their players away and creating that space and using their change of direction as well. And also being patient with the Frisbee.
Yeah, and it's like sort of three pillars all working together to support their offense at the moment. I think in particular, the first one that you mentioned, Ciccone, the idea that they're pulling their defense out of the way. A really aggressive cut, especially when you're looking at players of this level of ability. The defense has to respond to it. So if you make a really deep cut and you know you're fast and you've got those secure hands, your defense has to respect it. And if you pull them out of the way, then all of a sudden now I've got a lot more room in the midfield that I can use to work with. Hippolyte not able to close that one out. That is going to be the game for Auckland Grammar. 15-4 over Hamilton Boys High School. A fantastic performance from both of these teams. Auckland Grammar managing to walk away with the win on that one. Just really, really dialed in. It'll be fantastic to see how they perform when we see them a little bit later on in the day. Just great work there, despite huge pressure from Hippolyte trying to get in nice and close. Auckland Boys Grammar are going to be the ones who walk away with it. So we'll be back with another semi-final, this time in our girls division for the 2025 Aotearoa Secondary Schools Ultimate Championships here in beautiful sunny Taupō. My name is Blair Munro.
My name is Ciccone Hakarai-Turner.
And we're going to be back with you very, very soon. Please stay tuned.
Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
I'm Trevor Johnson and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Dan Carter knew the power of winning.
Your instincts tell you the Scots different.
The flip side of that was the intense pressure.
I'd go back to my hotel room and I'd be broken.
Dan Carter, a perfect team. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Always on the move? You can keep up to date with Alti TV on all of our social media channels. Like, follow, subscribe, share us with a friend, or send us a message just to say hey. Thank you for supporting us in our mission to grow Ultimate everywhere.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Learn Purako. Explore Te Taiao. Tūhura ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
I'm Jason Bill, and we farm around the Mid-North. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku Taimwana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
How can you allow this to happen in the 21st century?
What it is the same old faces, the Ken Mears, the Harawira families, the haters and wreckers.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
What you can do in 50,000 turn up.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through a tough time. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
There's a lot of things that kids miss out on, and so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākoro nā te iti o te kura.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai tō tinana ki tō ngākau.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
Hey. Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Okay. Let's go then, eh?
You want to just jump in, the dark horse?
Deep down, that's all we want. Just freedom.
You sucker. You better watch out, you fool.
I often think of my cousin.
She didn't have anyone.
She had us.
You're pretty beautiful.
Same.
We're going to get you back, Mata. I promise.
Kiriata no Aotearoa, ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
Tēnā koutou tamariki mā. Ona mai ki tamariki hā.
Mai mai, ia.
Download Māori Plus. Download it, download it, download it. It's easy. Free. Koika! Kawada. Tanuchu. Te Pāmakuana. Island of Mystery. Wongana. Tuhura. Ona mai ki tamariki hā. Download Māori Plus. Please, Mum.
Okay, guys, twice to sell. You've got one as well. Go and sell it. Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. We're going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
The best secondary school hockey teams battle for the Rankin Cup 2023.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākaro nā te iti o te kura.
I roto i ngā tau, ko puta etahi wero, he wero I tā mātou whakamahi te reo. Ko etahi o ngā kai tākaro kua hāmene hia.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai I tō tinana ki tō ngākau. Kia toa I te camera nei.
it's a real privilege, but for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Learn pūrākau. Explore te taiao.
Hai mai.
Tūhura ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and their consultant and had a think. We challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes. At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this privately owned swimming centre that was still in the planning stages. The owner spent 8 years trying to make the project viable, but the design was continually over budget, a design he was paying for. So he called Apollo to help, because he trusted us to deliver. We got to know the critical success factors of the business. The current building plans had lost sight of what was needed. We took a fresh approach, starting with the most important aspect of the facility, the water bodies. Then balanced the critical success factors of function, form, and cost to bring the designs in on budget. Finally, we could deliver the owner the new facility he needed. At Apollo, we understand your key success factors, put function over form if required, deliver what is needed at the highest quality, have lower operating costs, and always have very happy clients. Like this one, who was pretty stoked. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Learn pūrākau. Explore te taiao.
Hai mai.
Tūhura ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku taimwana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the Takapuna.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
How can you allow this to happen in the 21st century?
What it is the same old faces, the Ken Mears, the Harawira families, the haters and wreckers.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
What you can do in 50,000 turn up.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Ona mai ki tamariki ha.
Wai mai, ia.
Download Māori Plus. Download it, download it, download it. It's easy. Free. Koriko! Kakavada. Tanuchu. Te Pāmakuana. Island of Mystery. Wungana. Tuhura. Ona mai ki tamariki ha. Download Māori Plus. Please, Mum.
Always on the move? You can keep up to date with Alti TV on all of our social media channels. Like, follow, subscribe, share us with a friend, or send us a message just to say hey. Thank you for supporting us in our mission to grow Ultimate everywhere.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Dan Carter knew the power of winning.
Your instincts tell you the sky's different.
The flip side of that was the intense pressure.
I'd go back to my hotel room and I'd be broken.
Dan Carter, a perfect 10. Ki whakaata Māori, me Māori Plus.
Hey. Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Okay, guys, twice the cell. You've got half the cell. Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now. Going once. Going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
it's a real privilege, but for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and their consultant and had a think. We challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes. At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. You beauty! And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
The best secondary school hockey teams battle for the Rankin Cup 2023.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākoro nā te iti o te kura.
I roto i ngā tau, ko puta i tahi wero, he wero i tā mātou whakamahi te reo. Ko etahi o ngā kai tākoro kua hāmene hia.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai i tō tinana ki tō ngākau. Kia toa i te kēmu nei.
Hey! Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's saluting when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Ka pai nau mai hoki mai e te iwi ki te kēmu tua toru o tēnei rangi, te rangi whiringa whaiti, whiringa whānui. Ko tēnei kēmu ka whakataitai a Epsom Girls Grammar ki te kāreti o Pakuranga. We have Epsom Girls playing Pakuranga College today for our second girls game on stream this morning and our third game overall for finals day.
Absolutely so. As ultimate contribution to Secondary Schools Tournament Week, this is the New Zealand Secondary School Championships here in Taupō. My name, as always, is Blair Munro.
My name is Shikoni Hakarai-Turner.
And with the support of Alti TV and also our media partners here in New Zealand, Whakaata Māori, and the big thanks to all of our sponsors, we're here to bring you the coverage of the best sport, not only in secondary schools, but possibly, in my opinion, in the entire world, ultimate. So, Pakuranga College, whose team we have seen earlier yesterday, put on a fantastic performance. They've been doing a really, really good job throughout the course of this tournament against Epsom Girls Grammar School, who similarly have come into the semi-final match with a really, really strong showing thus far. So, Epsom Girls Grammar going to be playing out of the dark blue uniforms. Pakuranga College on your screen at the moment. Pakuranga College are going to be playing, starting the game on offense. A reminder for those watching at home, we have 50 minutes on the clock or a race to 15 points. This is the moment. Today is the day these teams are going to fight until it's over. Sawyer puts up the kume to start things off.
Awesome hopu there from Pakuranga.
Wang and Kavambura. Kavambura puts up the big shot.
Ka Rawe hoki. And a nice pass there too.
It's Koei by way of Segedin to finish that off, but it looks like maybe the momentum carried her in, so she might not have been in. So Koei there with the disc, hoping to finish things off.
And we have Pakuranga first to put themselves on the leaderboard.
And that is Panton with the score there. Great work by those Pakuranga College ladies. Fantastic work.
We have Kawi there just resetting back.
Quick little shimmy, getting the defense on the back foot, and just a nice little half a meter pass, just enough to squeak past the defense.
Awesome little change of direction we saw there as well in the end zone.
Wang with a big sand to try and start us off.
Rawe katoanga mai konei mai te kura o Epson. Great offensive work here from Epson.
Cook and Doubleday working together to start the disc moving to find themselves an opportunity.
Ka Rawe hoki. What an awesome pass into the end zone.
By Clark, number 13.
And Epsom putting themselves on the scoreboard.
Tukinga Tata Tēnei. Really, really close so far. We're seeing a little bit of different sort of styles in terms of offense as well. Pakuranga College put up that big shot early, nice to sort of run down, and then a couple of little chippy shots to get it into the end zone, whereas we're seeing a little bit kind of slower, more deliberate Epsom girls trying to pick apart the defense almost. We'll see if that's kind of how they tend to dominate their own possessions, or whether or not they've got a really, really deep bag. Maybe they'll change things up as the defense learns to adapt. McCallum with the kume, sending it nice and long. Christie and Kavambura working together. Kavambura being nice and patient. Stretches through. The backup's not going to be able to get that one.
Just slipped through the fingertips there. Pakuranga being quick on defense now. Rawe te hopu mai ia Doubleday.
Back to Innes, but a little bit overcooked as they continue to try to send the disc towards the far sideline. Is going to give Pakuranga another opportunity. Kavumbura sending a fake, signaling that's not the cut we're looking for. Goes wide, big touch by Huang to shut that one down. Right on the doorstep, one pass away from taking the lead.
Great defensive pressure here from Pakuranga. Karawe hoki Maya double day. Awesome point there from double day.
Nice way to close it out. Again, just turning on that pressure to generate the turnover there, right on the doorstep, right on the edge of the end zone. And then just the patience to keep the disc in hands. We're going to see it again here. Huang reaching out, enough of a touch.
Nice little change of direction as well there.
And there's McCallum with the disc, waiting for something to open up on that open side. That near sideline manages to find Doubleday for the score. Great work by Epsom.
She was just ahead enough of her partner as well, of her defence. So actually go for that. Go for the disc. And she signalled too where she wanted it as well.
And that ability to really integrate on-field communication into the plays really starts to make a difference, particularly as we're looking at the teams who have managed to finish the first day and first half of the second day with a higher seed, a sort of a better run at the finals. So we're going to see that just get bricked. So they'll bring it to a point in the midfield, about 5 or 6 maybe meters in front of their defensive end zone. Harder sending it down the sideline, but touched out by Webb. Going to be enough to generate that turnover. Huge
fakes
fake.
here.
Yeah.
Rawe katoa ngā mahi konei from Kavumbura. Great defense there. And an awesome chase here too from Innes.
Clark wanting to finish things off, finding Cook.
Great defensive pressure here from Pakuranga.
Doubleday and Cook doing a lot of work. Manages to find Gabby Webb for the score for Epsom.
Awesome patience there from Epsom girls. Karawe hoki. Beautiful. Just opening up there too. That was awesome.
Nice patience here. We're going to see again, right? When the pressure's high, they're not trying to force it just yet. Waiting until they can see one of their downfield players, one of their downfield teammates, managing to get enough separation.
Kapai, we have Sawyer there waiting to kick us off with a pull.
Nice amount of float, good length. It's going to give Epsom girls plenty of opportunity to get down and start to stop that momentum that Pakuranga College have put on display for us so far.
Rawe ngā mahi ārai konei Maya Epsom.
Penton and Kavumbura, a little bit of contact on the desk. Looks like that might have been pulled out of her hands. She wasn't through a throwing motion. So Kavumbura will retain possession of this for Pakuranga College. It's checked in by Sawyer, and they'll continue play. Puts a laser show up.
Karawe hoki. Awesome pass there from Kavumbura.
Looking to find Segedin in the end zone.
Look at
We'll see that again. Look at the smile on her face.
Ride. And an easy receive too from Pakuranga.
Nice and smooth to bring it back within one. Epsom girls to come out on offense. Pakuranga College to send down 5 players, looking to apply that defensive pressure, hopefully generate a turnover and be able to close this point out to bring it back to a tied game. Putting the roll on as well.
Karawe hoki.
Olivia Clark with a great read on that one.
Awesome quick play from Epsom here. Karawe hoki.
Just enough of an outside edge that it's going to start to accelerate on the way back down. It's going to fall a little faster than some of the floating passes that we've seen. Clark for Epsom had enough separation, but if that disc could come through with a little bit more float, the defense might have been able to catch up. They might have been able to apply a bit more pressure and possibly stop that completion from happening. So great work by Epsom to widen the score just a little bit more.
Kapai, we have Cook that is going to start us off with this next play. Karawe hoki ngā mahi ara I konei mai e Epsom.
Wang finds Cowie, comes back, finds Pierce in the downfield.
Karawe hoki te aukati mai.
Huge run through by Webb.
Aye.
Looks like there's a call being made on the field.
Ko te tima e tohu ana ko karanga here.
So when the adrenaline comes in, the play just keeps continuing. There's a lot of noise. It's easy for the players to tune it out. But there was a call made. Call made by number 9, Cook, for Epsom. And so play needs to have stopped at that point. So the other passes and completions, none of that is effectively having happened. We're going to go back. We're going to give number 9 for Epsom back the disc.
Beautiful take there from Levy.
Great work by Epsom there. You can see that Pakuranga College, after that foul had been called, there was a little bit of confusion as to who was marking who. You can see that Epsom had a player essentially unmarked. We can see here we've got 2 Pakuranga College players helping to isolate that reset, but in doing so, they've left someone wide open in the end zone. A great long put to keep that open up and bring the lead to 3 points.
You can see her running right through the middle as well. Awesome take there. Clear as day. Ka pai ko Soya tērā, ka timata I tēnei wāhanga. Sawyer's going to start us off with this play. Taken
good.
by Kawambura.
Great take by Kawambura, just off the grass.
And just going out of touch there.
Good vision, seeing those downfield cuts open up. It's just about keeping that execution nice and tight to make sure that we're getting those completions. That's the only tweak that Pakuranga need to make to stay strong in this game. McCallum on a nice undercut, continues up the line, finding Zoe Huang. Going back through to Innes.
Rawe hoki te whakamahi, te whira whānui. Great use of the whole field from both teams here. Epsom really opening up that space.
Beautiful hand block there by Segedin to give possession back to Pakuranga. Comes back through on a nice undercut to receive the disc in the midfield. Looking around, trying to find where the support is, what the next throw is. Finds Kavumbura. There's a little bit of momentum, but Epsom are doing just enough on defense to smother it. Huang can't quite get there. Panton has the disc on the far sideline. Big shot pulled up.
Ka Rawe hoki. What an awesome play there from Pakuranga College.
Segedin finding Cowie in the end zone to bring it back to 2 points.
Great work, great teamwork there from Pakuranga College. Ka pai ko Cook tērā e kōrero ana ki tōna tima. We can see Cook there on the screen having a chat to her team.
And quite often it does come down to a case of just, hey, one person on the line, one of those 5 players just needs to step up and say, hey, here's what I want to see on this next play. I mentioned earlier that if everyone's on the same page, there's no way to make a wrong move. And sometimes you just need a voice to set things off. So Cook's going to initiate here. Marked by Christie. Huge amount of pressure. Not able to connect with Doubleday. That's exactly what Christie are looking for. Wanting the fast break, decides against it.
Just looking for her players there, her teammates. A tāhua te hopu o te ripirere i kona. Great take from Kavumbura there.
Working back with Christie. And often it's a case of just a couple of hard steps into the downfield and then slamming on the brakes and the defender overcommits. Oh, not quite able to pull that one in.
Epsom setting up their offensive structures now.
Great little give-go there from Cook. Sends it nice and long, looking for Clark in the downfield, but not able to make that connection happen. Kavumbura to pick up and initiate for Pakuranga College. Christie with an aggressive undercut. Tries to go for the trailing edge grab, not able to pull it down. Cook calling for calm. We see that hand gesture. Hey guys, everyone stay calm. Kavumbura does a great job covering Clark, and so that's not going to work, although maybe there might have been a little contact. They're just going to ask a question, have that little conversation. Pakuranga College are going to take possession. Kavumbura to bring the disc up to the front of the end zone.
Nice. Great take there from France. Awesome defense here from Epsom. A tāhua te hopu. Great catch there from Kavumbura.
Kavumbura shaking her head, doesn't want some of these cuts, decides to go for Christie instead. Doubleday applying pressure, closing down those windows. We see some downfield signaling, calling for it. Cook's underneath it, it's not going to happen.
Rawe tōna haukoti te ripirere. Rawe ngā mahi ara I konei. Heo e ka tae ki ngā ringa o Webb. Ka rawe hoki te aukoti mai Kawambura. Great block there from Kawambura. Aha kua tōna iti. Although the height difference with her player, she's still able to get there. She's really fast, using her speed to make sure that she gets those blocks.
It's that low centre of gravity that really helps with the kind of quick change in direction, that acceleration that allows them to make a play. Pierce has it now on the near side line.
And just unable to retain it there on the side. Atahua.
Cook, who's doing a great job of kind of centering, anchoring the Epsom offense. Nice and patient. Using those fakes, trying to create a window. Finds Doubleday in the midfield. Or middle of the field, I should say. Goes back, finds Cook.
Pakuranga putting on their defensive pressure here. Ka aukutingia te ripirire e.
Christie doing just enough to shut that one down, signalling for a essentially a new disc after that step through. We'll see it again. Trying to find Webb. Just an accidental cleating. Double checking whether or not it's still suitable for play.
There we go, got a new disc in.
The score is 3-5.
So after a brief disc replacement, Christie's got it. We see France pushing into the end zone. There's an option.
Tatairane.
Oh, a great jump, but it's not going to come down her way. Just in the perfect position as well.
Beautiful take there from Levy.
Finds Doubleday on an upline cut. Christie applying pressure, trying to shut down that lane right in front. Forced to go back around, but Cook taking a couple of steps.
Doubleday trying to look for something to open up.
Manages to find, oh, looks like there may have been a call. So I'm wondering, and we might see. Yeah, so the tapping of the head indicating, much like you'd snooze an alarm clock, that's a stall-out call. So we've mentioned a couple of times that players in possession of the disc have 10 seconds as counted by their opposition to relinquish control of the disc, or it's an automatic turnover. So that tapping of the head that we saw from Christie, I think I mentioned one of our previous games, you only have to play 10 seconds of good defense, and that's what we've just seen from Pakuranga College. So if this is not contested, that's enough pressure to eat up enough time to be an automatic turnover and give possession to Pakuranga. But it looks like there might be like a little confusion or a little bit of a disagreement on the call. And so the disc is going to come in on 8. They're able to generate enough pressure to get the turn anyway.
Pakuranga going fast.
Nothing deep enough into the end zone to allow her to uncork that big throw. So she tries for a quick reset. It's going to give the disc back to Epsom. We see Cook one more time.
And one big few ki te ra atuta o te whira.
Finds Webb.
Ka rawe hoki.
And that's going to be Cook to Webb for the score, taking Epsom to 6. He mua mā te toru.
Nice, see Epsom being patient with the disc there. Cook waiting for something to open up, and eventually it does.
Yeah, great work here by Webb on this one. Not only finding that reset, but recognizing when the defense's attention was elsewhere, using that as an opportunity to really slam on the brakes. We'll see it here again. There, that quick first step, enough out into that towards that far sideline. So it looks like we're going to see a timeout be called. So after a few points on the bounce from Epsom, nice sort of back-to-back string of points, Pakuranga College probably called a timeout just to give themselves an opportunity to, hey, what do we need to do? What do we want to change? Where are they beating us? And where is our strength? How do we bring the game back to what we have control over? On the other hand, Epsom up by 3. What do you think they're talking about in their huddle, Chikoni?
I think they'd be talking about how they could sustain this energy, sustain this momentum going forward. They only need about 2 more points until halftime. So, yeah, they could be discussing how do we keep this energy, stick to our guns, continue doing the fundamentals so that we can make those 2 points, get to halftime, and then I'm assuming at halftime they'd probably talk about how do we keep going forward.
Yeah, so this really does. I mean, I think I agree. I think this feels much like hey, they've made us stop. They've called the timeout. What they want to do is they want to shut down on momentum. All we have to do is hold on for the next 2 points. If we put those away, we take half. Then we get to reconsolidate. We get to come back together and think, what are we wanting to do? How are we setting the tone for the second half of the game? So it's almost like a little bit like an entree before the main course kind of thing. So how do we manage to muscle through the rest of the game? We're going to do it 2 points at a time.
Both teams were bringing really good energy as well before the game. They were in their huddles warming up, but also blasting their tunes as well. It was quite cool to see, actually. We're loving the energy here on finals day. Here we go. Here's a bit of a snippet from their warm-up this morning. Both teams bringing their energy.
Sun's starting to dip away behind the clouds, so things are getting a little bit cooler. The teams are going to have to work a little bit harder to make sure that those engines are still running hot. Timeout's running a little longer than we might normally see. But as the teams seem to be okay with it, there's no rush to get back on the field. Pakuranga College first to break the huddle, so they're going to send their 5 players out onto the line to start things off.
Kaupai, both teams setting up on field now. I wonder what we're going to see from them after that korero.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen Epsom put a series of points on the board, and they've done that through applying a lot of defensive pressure. We started the game early, and we've seen this happen for quite a few of the games that we've covered so far over the last couple of days. Teams coming out after a break with a really big, almost like a called play, but just looking to prioritize that long shot, just a 1-2 punch. Hey, you guys have to respect our long game. I think that setting a tone in that kind of way, forcing the players to say, hey, when we're on defense, maybe we need to sit a little further downfield so we can make a play on those long shots. But in doing so, you give up those undercuts, those cuts back towards the disc. Now, if a team spends the entire game only hitting those unders, if they're not throwing long, all of a sudden the defense can sit underneath. They can sit between them and the disc constantly. You don't have to respect that deep threat. So sometimes after a break like this, we might see the teams just sit and basically go full send, just to kind of remind their opposition, hey, you have to respect everything that we're showing you.
Yes, that's so true.
So Christie's got the disc now, marked by Chenery, signaling for a reset.
Great take there from Wang.
Wang puts it up.
Rawe te haukuti kona Maya McCallum. Great block there from McCallum.
Well, that's kind of what we were expecting to see, right? A couple of little short passes and then putting something long up to try and test Epsom's long or deep defense. But they managed to come down with it. So Sawyer has the disc, feeding through, finding Chenery.
Rawe ngā mahi harai konei Maia Pakuranga. Great defensive pressure here from Pakuranga.
Finds Innes now, but there's not a lot developing in the downfield, so they're making gains down the field, but they're doing it slowly. Lots of passes across the width of the field, not really chipping down the length. McCallum again. Tries to force it through to Doubleday, but Cowie right on her tail means that's not going to come away. Pakuranga College have an opportunity here.
Yeah, their defensive pressure really paying off. Just a bit high on that last pass.
Yeah, Cowie in a sort of a good position relative to her defender, but not able to get underneath the disc enough to capitalize on that jump. McCallum on a great cut, trailed by Segedin, but it's not going to be open enough.
Awesome take there from Innes. And a nice pull. Does it come around? Not yet, not quite.
Huge chase from Epsom's Doubleday to try and get down there. If that disc had a little bit more angle on it, had peeled back in towards the field, that would have been a fantastic gainer for Epsom.
Wang here just bringing the disc back to where it was last out of the field.
Finds Segedin. Great work by Cowie cutting across the front of the disc to get a hand on that one. Maintaining possession for Pakuranga.
Oh, just slipped out of the fingertips there.
Innes resetting to Sawyer. McCallum with a great take. Segedin getting very busy, not enough to stop it. Doubleday near sideline marked by Cowie. Nice left-handed reset through to Sawyer. Marked by Yu, comes around, finds near sideline. McCallum puts a big shot up. Big chase.
Oh,
not quite gonna get there.
The space was there.
Absolutely, and Chenery was in front of the defense. Oh, Cowie getting a hand to that was impressive because that just came out hot. I think it came out a little bit lower than Christie was hoping for. So for Cowie to be able to react to that, great awareness on field.
Rawe te au kosi kona. Great intercept there.
Wang managing to slip free from the tight defense of Innes. Going to be able to get that reset on the undercut. Segedin now looking for Christie.
Awesome take there.
Oh, a little bit of contact, enough contact that there's going to be a stoppage. Great display of spirit from those players coming back on field, just checking on each other, making sure we're okay. Looks like we might have a bit of a substitution. So we're seeing an injury substitution be called. And so as Epsom girls swap out one of their players, we're seeing that Pakuranga College also get to have a substitution as well. So we're going to see Kavambura take the field.
Just having a bit of a korero between the players here.
So the disc has been checked in. Play is now live. Innes doing a fantastic job of stopping that reset, making sure that Wang can't get to the disc to recenter it to make things a little easier for Pakuranga. Cowie now pressured by McCallum. Innes again doing a great job of sticking to her defense. We have to go up overhead.
Rawe anō ngā mahi ara I konei mai Epsom resulting in a turnover.
McCallum just needs an opportunity, needs an opening, needs an option. Decides to go back.
Awesome take there from Cook.
Great take from Cook, who puts it up big.
Ka Rawe hoki.
Finds Sawyer, but it's not going to be in the end zone just yet. We're one pass away.
Is something going to open up here?
Great cut by McCallum to push that near sideline, but there's a little bit too much pressure from the defense, a little bit too much crowding. They might need to try the other side. No, they don't. Decide to push it towards that near sideline. Comes off the fingertips of Poppy Sawyer, but still fantastic territory from Epsom. They've pushed Pakuranga College all the way back to their end zone.
There was some great defense there from Pakuranga as well in that end zone.
Good gainers here. Segedin finds Cowie. Yu pushing all the way deep, but Sawyer's in hot pursuit. Looking back towards the centre field. Wang with a great little one-step to shake off the defense, but the disc goes long to Kavambura instead. Nice and high.
Unable to retain it in the end zone, though. We can see both teams are really putting on the defensive pressure down in the end zone, and it is resulting in those turnovers.
Great attempt by Segedin on that one. McCallum shakes loose. Segedin shuts down the window. McCallum can't get the disc away.
Rawe katoa ngā mahi aukoti I konei mai Segedin.
We've seen quite a few of those, and there's the double happiness. The bookends team, if we're going to call that in.
Ka kite anō tēnā tuahuatanga.
Oh, it looks like her first point of contact. She didn't have control of the disc until she'd left the field. Oh, foot came down on the line as per the rules. The perimeter of the field is not part of the playing area, so great display of spirit there to let that one go. Fantastic work by Pakuranga College nevertheless. And again, we've seen Segedin get quite a few of those point blocks throughout her career.
We have.
Just over the last day and a half. Cook finds a great upline in Innes. Wants to recenter, finds Cook again. Cowie takes a bite.
Yes, great fake there from Cook.
Segedin again getting a touch, enough to give Pakuranga back the disc, and hopefully they'll be able to work back down the far end of the field. It looks like there may be another call, another possible injury stoppage.
Pakuranga going to make another substitution there, as well as Epson.
Oh, looks like we're seeing two substitutions being made by Pakuranga College, which is a little unconventional. Normally there's one substitution allowed at each sort of instance of an injury call. Unless two players on the same team happen to be injured, they'd both be able to substitute. But we're going to keep playing anyway. We have Cook with the disc for Epsom on the far sideline at about the halfway point. Innes trying to make herself available as a reset, decides to shake. Hit it with the shake and bake, pushing towards the upline. Kavambura with the snatch. What a take.
And a big few ki te Karawe hoki. Awesome take there from Penton.
That's exactly what Pakuranga needed. They wanted to bring it back. They're starting to tighten the game up. 6-4, a long point for that one. But fantastic display on both sides. Huge amounts of grit and tenacity on display. Really fighting, digging, working hard to keep possession and to get it back when they're on defense.
Karawe katoa ngā mahi I konei mai enei ti mai erua. Both coaches just having a chat to their teams. We have just over 10 minutes left here in this game. Ka pai whakarite a Pakuranga. We have Pakuranga kicking us off here.
Christie with the disc to start things. 2 points in it, and as you said, Chikoni, there's only about 13 minutes left in the game. We haven't yet had our half-time, so both of these teams have been working really, really hard, trying to prevent the other team from building up too much momentum, but a great upline Cook from Cook. Over the top of Webb, secured by Panton to generate the turn, giving Pakuranga an opportunity. A long field, but they've demonstrated that they have the depth of throws to be able to eat it up in only a few passes. Pierce finds Panton unmarked.
A brisk take there from Pierce.
Webb on a great undercut.
Beautiful take there from
Clark. And so it's important to recognise as well, and it can feel like a thankless job. I mean, I've played in a few teams, particularly when the defence is throwing down a zone structure on defence, that a lot of the cuts that you make with full intensity, and you don't get the disc. And the expectation is you cycle back and you cut hard again, and it feels like such a thankless job. But as you've mentioned, and as we've talked about, particularly sort of with your knowledge of how the teams need to be spacing themselves on the field, that ability to cut hard and cut in a threatening way that pulls the defense out and opens up space for someone else is a huge part of it. And those people don't often get their flowers. They work really, really hard, and it can be difficult I think it's always a good idea to take the time to just commend the amount of work that goes into it. There's a saying in basketball, everybody wants to play like Curry until it's time to play like Curry.
Yep.
And you watch the kind of work that an athlete like that does off the ball, and it's a similar thing here. It's not just about the thrower. It's not just about the person who scores the point. It's about all of the other cuts that open up the holes in the defense. Doubleday working with Clark. Goes up, finds Levy, chips back through to Clark, right on the doorstep. One more to Webb for the score. Fantastic to see her get that reward. I mean, that was the cut that we saw earlier. She was doing a lot of work in the midfield. It shot over the top. It was that long option to Clark, but Webb was doing the work, keeping busy. And then just as we say, finally an opportunity to get her flowers. She's the one who finishes off that point and takes Epsom girls through the first half of the game, currently up by 4. Kei mua mā te whā. So we have about 10 minutes left on the clock for this game. Epsom slightly ahead, still anybody's game.
That was a great little pop pass there from Cook.
Just love to see it. This is what Ultimate's all about. Sometimes, yes, you get the big long bombs and you get these great dynamic grabs, and other times it's chippy and scrappy and you see the disc just flit through the hands of 2 or 3 defenders and then someone's standing there with it in hands, and that's the score. Absolutely fantastic. So these teams are going to take a short break. They're going to decompress, reset, figure out what needs to happen for the second half, where the energy is. Epsom girls doing a fantastic job. They wanted us to give a big shout out to their coach, Josh Howe, who isn't here in Taupō with us, but who's probably still a little bit buzzy about his relatively recent marriage. So shout out to you, Josh. Well done. The girls are here working hard, trying to make you proud. Until we come back for the second half, though, my name is Blair Munro.
My name is Shikoni Hakaraya Turner.
Here with Ulti TV and Whakaata Māori, as well as our other partners for the day in Taupō. We will be back for the second half very soon.
do, say anything, yeah. Dive deeper, dive deeper, yeah. Dive deeper, dive with me, yeah. I know we could fly if we just try. If we just try. So come on, baby, dive deeper, dive deeper, yeah. Dive deeper, dive with me, yeah. I know we could fly if we just try, baby, try, try, try. You find it distracting, hold of our issues, rather die with you. We no longer talk when it gets hard, so it only gets harder. I know you were gonna get the best of me. Come a little closer, we can dive in deep. Oh, I'd rather be with you, baby. Even if I try and try too hard, nothing's ever enough. Even if I try and try too hard, tell me what to do, say anything, yeah. Dive deeper, dive deeper, yeah. Dive deeper, dive with me, yeah. I know we could fly if we just tried. If we just tried. So come on, baby, dive deeper, dive deeper, yeah. Dive deeper, dive with me, yeah. I know we could fly if we just try, baby, try, try, try. We can do better, baby, I believe. Come a little closer, we can dive in deep. We can do it better, baby, I believe. I believe. Even if I try so hard, it's never enough. Even if I try so hard, tell me what you do now. Dive deeper, dive deeper, dive with me, yeah.
You heard it here first, folks. We are back for the Girls Division semi-finals at the 2025 New Zealand Secondary Schools Ultimate Championships here in beautiful Taupō. The sun is being a little bit temperamental, and I'm loath to say it out loud, but the weather seems to be holding off okay. We have Pakuranga College facing off against Epsom Girls Grammar. Now, Epsom Girls Grammar in this game to 15 were the first to reach 8 points, so they took half. My name, as always, is Blair Munro.
My name is Shikoni Hakarai-Turner.
And it is a huge privilege to be here with our proud partners, Whakaata Māori, as well as our other sponsors, to bring you coverage of the best sport in the world during Secondary Schools Tournament Week. Just an absolute fantastic display. We've seen Pakuranga College, their women's team. We've seen them on stream already over the last couple of days. Epsom Girls is their first appearance on your screens. But what an appearance it has been. Huge pressure on defense, some fantastic throws. Lila Cook has been doing a huge amount of work of just providing a good anchor for the rest of the team to really gel and shine around.
Great start here from Epsom Girls.
Glad to see Segedin, number 12, back after an earlier injury, who's been doing, again, fantastic work in her own right, doing some huge pressure on defense. Big chase, not quite going to be enough for Clark to pull that one down.
Great chase there, though, from Clark.
Now, hoping for an early answer, really hoping to kick this half off with a nice emphatic point. Relatively short possession, just to kind of really stamp their mark on the second half already. But they've given possession back to Pakuranga. We see Christie push through to Wang, marked by double. That puts a long shot up looking for Segedin, but Cook is there.
Rawete, Aukuti, Maia, Cook. Great block there from Cook.
The two-handed, full-on Dikembe Mutombo, not in my house.
She meant business.
Oh, goodness, yeah, no joke. And now on offense, patient, and I love that too. So she's standing off. She knows Doubleday's got the disc, and she's kind of recognizing, hey, I'm not going to get involved until you need that help. We see, particularly at a relatively, youth level, it can be really easy for players who have a good ability, a good sense of the game, to want to get over-involved. But I really love seeing how Cook's kind of being willing to share the load around and say, hey, I'm here if you need me. But I trust you to make the right decisions here. Oh, what a take down there by
Karawe
Levy.
hoki.
Beautiful two-handed take.
And again from Cook as well.
She was looking for Webb for that quick continuation, but it's not going to happen. Doubleday back in position. Couldn't quite get a hand to it.
Great defensive pressure there from Pakuranga as they reset again to come into offense.
We've seen the kind of throws from Kavumbura. Nice and confident with the disc as well.
And very precise as well. Katairane, I swear that just nipped the tip of her fingers just a little bit.
We'll get to see that again. I mean, think about what happened there too, right? Wang in the midfield was unmarked. Segedin, that much of a threat in the deep space that Cook kind of peeled off her assignment just in case she needed that extra support on defense. But like, how good a feeling must that be to essentially have them say, we should probably double team this one.
Yeah.
Doubleday with the disc. Cook getting involved now, but it's Webb instead on the midfield, marked by Cowie. Needing something to develop in the downfield. Looks around, finds Cook instead, snaps one across. Clark goes up for it, but can't keep it.
Pakuranga with an opportunity here now. Off to Wang. Wang looking for something to open up here.
Finds Segedin to put that one away.
Great patience there from Wang as well.
Absolutely. There's a lot of pressure from that Epsom defensive side. A lot of cover. They take up a lot of room. They're quick and agile on their feet. So each fake can be responded to and reset. So it really keeps those windows small. So good work by Wang to find that opportunity. Hey, here's the open throw. Here's the throw that I'm going to make. And for Segedin to make that great little shimmy cut.
Karawe hoki. Awesome cut there from Segedin.
Just kind of having a sense as well where your defender is relative to you and where their blind spots are. That's the biggest thing. When the defense is facing towards the disc, if you're behind them, you just need to make enough noise to get them to shift in one direction, push off in the other direction, and that's going to create the separation that you need to have almost like a little phone booth cut, just like that one that comes away with the score for Pakuranga.
Alrighty, so we are just over the 50-minute soft mark here.
Okay, so really close game. I think if the soft cap went during that point, it's going to be a race to 9. So we'll see whether or not that's confirmed by these players. Cook's going to pick up and start us off. A nice quick reset to centre field. Finds Doubleday.
Rawe ngā mahi a rai konei mai a Pakuranga. Great defensive pressure here high in the field.
Clark puts it up. Looking for Innes.
Is it going to land?
There it is. That's going to be the take. Or is it out the back?
Bit of a wānanga here happening between these kōtiro.
Looks like that is going to be out the back of the end zone for that one. So Pakuranga are going to bring it up to the front of the end zone to initiate play. Big run through by Cook.
Rawe ngā mahi haukoti kona.
An opportunity here to finish it off. Innes with a great cut, but the defense is enough to shut it down. Resets to Doubleday. Goes back around to Cook, pushing towards the far sideline. The wind's starting to pick up. Webb pulls it down, inbounds.
Ka pai.
And from the string of high fives, it looks like that is going to bring us to the end of the game. So the soft cap went when the score was 8-4. So that really long point to start off the half, that's when our soft cap went. Pakuranga managed to score to bring it 8-5. It was a race to 9. And so Epsom putting that one away. Looks like it is going to be the end of the game. So fantastic work by Epsom to close that one out. We're going to see them again relatively shortly. The final match of our day is going to be our girls division final. So very, very exciting for them. They now need to have a little bit of rest, make sure those batteries are nice and charged so they can put on an even better show for us in just a little while. Up next, however, we do have ourselves our Open Division Final. We will announce those teams in just a few moments for you. But until then, please stay tuned. Keep joining us for the best action, the best sport in the entire country. Thanks to Whakaata Māori and also the team here at Ulti TV. My name is Blair Munro.
My name is Shikoni Hakaraya-Turner.
We will be back with you very soon.
I'm burning all over, and we're starting a riot tonight. Don't want this to be over. Any second we all burn down. If we stay here, we'll probably drown. I know this will never work out. I saw it all before, but I will really miss you on the dance floor. And tonight we're like fire and
Mai mai, ia. Download Māori Plus. Download it, download it, download it. It's easy, free. Takapuna. Tanuchu. Te Pānakuanga. Island of Mystery. Wongana. Tuhura. Ona mai ki tamariki ha. Download Māori Plus. Please, Mum.
Can we have some spirit prizes, please?
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this privately owned swimming centre that was still in the planning stages. The owner spent 8 years trying to make the project viable, but the design was continually over budget, a design he was paying for. So he called Apollo to help, because he trusted us to deliver. we got to know the critical success factors of the business. The current building plans had lost sight of what was needed. We took a fresh approach, starting with the most important aspect of the facility, the water bodies. Then, balanced the critical success factors of function, form, and cost to bring the designs in on budget. Finally, we could deliver the owner the new facility he needed. At Apollo, we understand your key success factors, put function over form if required, deliver what is needed at the highest quality, have lower operating costs, and always have very happy clients. Like this one, who was pretty stoked. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku Taimwana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and seabed act.
How can you allow this to happen in the 21st century?
What it is the same old faces, the Ken Mears, the Harawira families, the haters and wreckers.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
What you can do in 50,000 turn up.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākaro nā te iti o te kura.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai tō tinana ki tō ngākau.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku Taimwana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and seabed act.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and their consultant and had a think. We challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay. Let's go then, eh?
You want to just jump in, the dark horse?
Deep down, that's all we want. Just freedom.
You sucker. You better watch out, you fool.
I often think of my cousin.
She didn't have anyone.
She had us.
You're pretty beautiful.
Same.
We're going to get you back, Mata. I promise.
Kiriata no Aotearoa, ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
It's a real privilege, but for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
I'm Trevor Johnson and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
The best secondary school hockey teams battle for the Rankin Cup 2023.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākaro nā te iti o te kura.
I roto i ngā tau, ko puta i tahi wero, he wero i tā mātou whakamahi te reo. Ko etahi o ngā kai tākaro kua hāmene hia.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai i tō tinana ki tō ngākau. Kia toa i te kēmu nei.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
I te ana koe mo tā taiwa haerenga.
Learn pūrākau. Explore te taiao.
Hai mai.
Tūhura ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
I te ana koe mo tā taiwa haerenga.
Learn pūrākau. Explore te taiao.
Hai mai.
Tūhura ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through a tough time. It's a real privilege, but for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
There's a lot of things that kids miss out on, and so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is.
I'm Jason Bill, and we farm around the Mid-North. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Dan Carter knew the power of winning.
Your instincts tell you the score's different.
The flip side of that was the intense pressure.
I'd go back to my hotel room and I'd be broken.
Dan Carter, a perfect team. Ki whakaata Māori, me Māori plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Hey, sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Okay, guys, twice to sell. You've got half as well. Go and sell. Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Always on the move? You can keep up to date with Alti TV on all of our social media channels. Like, follow, subscribe, share us with a friend, or send us a message just to say hey. Thank you for supporting us in our mission to grow Ultimate everywhere.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
What you can do. The way my hands feel on your body, the way we're dancing in the dark. With every move I make, you're falling. The way my lips feel on your body, the way we're moving in the dark. With every breath we take, you're falling. I ain't got no time for romance, but baby I don't want to lead you on. Not looking for something steady, not ready for that. I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you. Here's your time to shine, or show me what you can do. Make a move. The way my hands feel on your body, the way we're dancing in the dark. With every move I make, you're falling. The way my lips feel on your body, the way we're moving in the dark. With every breath we take, you're falling. Ever happened to you. Here's your time to shine, or show me what you can do. Make a move. The way my hands feel on your body, the way we're dancing in the dark. With every move I make, you're falling. The way my lips feel on your body, the way we're moving in the dark. With every breath we take, you're falling.
Kia ora e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei whakataitai repirewa. Mo ngā kuratuarua o Aotearoa 2025. Ko tēnei kēmu, ko te whiringa toa, mo te wāhanga tāne. So this is the Open Final. We have Hutt Valley High School playing against Auckland Grammar. It's gonna be, we're in for a good one.
Yeah, as we come to the end of our two-day tournament in Secondary Schools Tournament Week here in beautiful sunny Taupō for the Aotearoa Secondary Schools Championships. My name is Blair Munro.
My name is Shikoni Hakarai-Turner.
And Shikoni, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you here in the booth. Just watching you get to see Ultimate and experience it for the first time, hopefully some of that enthusiasm that I and all of our students have for it is proving to be infectious. I know you're based in sort of Tamaki Makaurau. There's a few teams based out that way. She's a bit of an athlete, folks. Might be time to start drafting up some contracts if you're one of those Auckland teams, yeah?
The enthusiasm has definitely, I've definitely picked that up. I am super keen to get involved in Ultimate Frisbee now. So yeah, if there's any Auckland teams up there, I will be willing to come have a jam.
Fantastic. I hope to see you out on the field sometime soon. So, until then, team, as you said, Chikoni, we have our Open Division Final between Hutt Valley High School and Auckland Grammar. Now, we saw Auckland Grammar earlier on stream today put in a phenomenal performance over Hamilton Boys High School. but they have not yet, we have not yet rather, seen Hutt Valley High School on our screens. I was sort of picked as a bit of an early favourite for this tournament, kind of based on previous year's tournaments and sort of the strength of their program. A few people were expecting to see them here in the final. And here we go. Auckland Grammar starting things off at a pretty conventional offense. We've got two of their stronger throwers back. Trying to find McCone on the far sideline. Can't quite get there to him. Despite an impressive bid, is going to give the disc to Hutt Valley High School early on, which Auckland Grammar probably can't afford to let happen.
Yes, we saw some great defense there from Hutt Valley, resulting in a turnover. And a strong take there too.
Great work by Kubra, pushing up the sideline. Finds Bowen. He's engaged. Decides to slip in a little inside breakthrough to Leishman. Finding Hoskin right on the doorstep.
Some great play here from Hutt Valley. Waiting for something to open up. Engari, rawe katoa ngā mahi ārai or Auckland Grammar. Great defensive pressure here from Auckland Grammar in the end zone.
Owen waiting for something to happen, decides to chip one through to Kubra, manages to find him for the score. Hutt Valley High with an early game break. So generating that turnover and then able to capitalize on it without giving the disc back. Fantastic work. Now, we will see the Hutt Valley High School Open team's counterpart in the girls' division very, very shortly in their final match. They'll be playing off against Epsom Girls Grammar, who we saw just before this game managed to secure their spot in the girls' division finals for the 2025 New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. Hutt Valley High School to come out again on defence. Now, Hutt Valley High actually managed to put in two teams into the second, probably more senior squad, some of the players with a little bit more experience there for them. So quite often when teams have the pool base, although I guess the player base to put in more than one teams, they'll do sort of an A-B split or have some of their youth players or younger players form a development squad with a couple of those seniors helping to provide that leadership. But this is their senior group, finding McCone far sideline now.
Great take there from McCone.
Comes around, could not get to Armstrong.
Hutt Valley quick to take it here. And you have Mohamud take that Piro, taking Hutt Valley's lead up to 2-0.
And it's great to see what happens there. So some good awareness from Auckland Grammar, as if we get to see that replay. Once the turnover happens, once Leishman in particular on your screen at the moment starts this big drive towards the end zone, when the players pick it up, if you're holding the disc, you can't score a point by yourself. You're not really a threat. And so you see all the Auckland Grammar players pushing into the end zone to try and scramble to cover any open Hutt Valley players that might be there before they come back in and apply that pressure on the stall count. But in doing so, they leave the thrower unmarked. They don't take anything away. They're not stopping any of his options, which is why he was able to find that nice pass out to Mohamud relatively early on in the sequence. So two back-to-back breaks now for Hutt Valley.
Rowing Amahiara Ikone Maya Hutt Valley, one long pass into the end zone. Engari ko Kubra ka aukati te taua whiu.
Huge jump there, great positioning to isolate that one out and give the disc back to Hutt Valley. Are we going to see a third clean break?
Who knows? Time will tell.
Now Bowen seeming to have recovered after his earlier slip in the end zone. A little bit too much speed for his cleats, maybe.
We can see a bit of a play here from Hutt Valley. If akamahi pai nei te whira katoa, using the width of the field. Oh, great jump there from Kubra, however unable to retain the disc in the end zone.
And as we mentioned when we saw Auckland Grammar last time, Craddock, the captain for the U20s, the under-20 squad, a fierce player in his own right, and just knowing that he was the one marking Cooper probably caused him to maybe mistime his jump a little bit, to go a little bit early, knows what kind of a threat his defensive counterpart is.
Hutt Valley, great defensive pressure there. Cooper was able to get his hand to that. Engari ka roa te whiu ki te wāhi piro. Unfortunately, Auckland Grammar unable to retain that. That was Reed Smith attempting there.
A great slide to try and get underneath it, but not able to secure it. We're going to see Bowen pick up for Hutt Valley High. Oh, great second attempt at the layout from Worsley to try and keep that one in hands. Just managing to misconnect. I think as Kubra turned around, the ground a little slippery. Heels carried out from underneath him, dragged him off his line. Craddock to start things off.
Karawe hooking ngā mahi I konei, mai ngā tima erua. Great, awesome take there.
Bardsley pushes through, finds Reed Smith. Comes back to an unmarked Craddock. Leishman closing, puts the big hammer up, wide open.
Oh, unable to retain it. Just maybe slipped up a little bit there with the hands.
Now, we had a little bit of a practice in between games, Ciccone. We were getting out and throwing the disc around a little bit. Those overhead hammers, they can be a little bit delicate sometimes, eh?
For sure, 100%. Yeah, no words, honestly.
But no, but I mean, that's exactly what we see, especially when it's coming down over the top of you, can be a little bit harder to get a handle on. So we're going to see if he tries the same thing again. Marked by Leishman one more time. Goes up and around. McCone with the touchdown. It's going to put them on the board and bring it back to a 1-point game. So no bagels for lunch for Auckland Grammar.
Ka kite anō tērā āhuatanga. Nice, precise pass there into the end zone, and a beautiful take from McCone. Atahua hooky.
So we're going to see Hutt Valley High come out on offense for the first time. They don't have to fight to get the disc. As long as they can keep their composure and that Auckland Grammar can't force any mistakes, they'll be able to put this one away and bring back that 2-point lead. Owen and Leishman early. As Craddock and Bardsley close, but Bowen's wide open, gets it. Bardsley putting the windows on.
Hutt Valley really using the width of the field. Karawe te haukuti kona mai Dylan Price.
Craddock finds Dylan Price near sideline, resets back towards centre field. Second hammer comes in, a little papaku.
The space was there though, the vision was there too.
It's one of those tough things too. If he'd arced that a little bit higher, if he tried a little bit more of a pop to it, would have had a bit more float. The defense might have been able to close.
Yeah, and so, a bit more time to get there, right?
Exactly, and so it's one of those things where you have to find that balance as an offender to think, right, how do I get this where I need it fast?
Tino roa, tino taitai hoki te whiu o tēnei. Engari ka aukutingia.
Dylan Price there as the backup. We saw that first initial tip, but Mohamud recognised, he readjusted.
Great backup there from the Hutt Valley team.
Finds Armstrong, marked by Bowen. Gaining a bit of position. Craddock going deep. He's got separation.
Craddock going for it. Karawe hooky. That little short pass from Craddock to McCone.
The
really,
in-motion release as well. Now, we've mentioned a little, and there's going to be a travel call on that one, I'm thinking. So, Ciccone, we've talked about how essentially from the sort of hips down, there's a lot of similarities to netball in terms of having to establish a pivot. Now, under the current rule set, as long as a player releases the disc within 3 contact points of the ground, they're not obligated to slow down. It's kind of a little complicated thing, but it allows for a bit more sort of a motion offense. And so I think that's what happened initially with Craddock. His momentum carried him through a little bit, and then he let go of the disc. but Hutt Valley High School called a travel on that, so the disc returned to him. Manages to pop that one over the top for the score anyway to bring it back to a tied game, 2-2.
And I believe that was Armstrong that scored that point.
Mm-hmm.
Ka kite anō tia tērā. Awesome haukoti kona. Nice little change of direction there from Auckland Grammar. Awesome patience as well with that disc.
Yeah. There were a lot of sort of maybe 50-50 opportunities that he looked off in favour of something he was a lot more confident about, which kind of speaks to the kind of patience that is required in a tournament environment like this one. Especially when you've got two teams who are as well matched against one another as these two.
Kei te omo atu a Macobra. Ooh.
Huge layout for that one. Manages to connect with the trailing edge, but can't grab it.
Mo taku he I he taku whakahua I tērā ingoa. Apologies, I did mispronounce that name. Kura.
Ah, that was a pretty layout though, wasn't it?
Oh.
Oh, great bid by Mohamud, but it's not going to be enough. Dylan Price has it, manages to find Craddock in the reset, puts the big shot up, looking for Bardsley. Can he get there?
Oh.
Just a little bit too much fade towards that near sideline. We see the great bid.
Great attempt though, far out.
See it again.
And the pace.
Oh. So we're starting to see these points stretch on a little bit. Both teams playing nice and aggressive defense. Big shot goes up.
Ka rawe hoki.
Bowen.
Beautiful take.
That's going to put Hutt Valley High back up by 1. The score is 3-2. We have a game to 15, 50 minutes on the clock. We'll see that again, that big wind-up. Manages to slip the release of that forehand underneath the arm of the defender. Bowen goes up, 2 hands, pulls that one down.
A nice deep pull there.
Early take by Craddock.
Tino pai te haukoti. Beautiful block there, nice intercept.
Too quick with the touch. Bowen shuts that one down. Doesn't lose too many yards in the attempt either. Leishman has it, marked by Craddock now.
Nice change of direction here from Hutt Valley.
Well secured by Auckland, despite a great second bid by Kubra, trying to keep that one in hand.
Beautiful take there from Auckland Grammar.
Reed Smith to Armstrong, looking for McCone.
Karidoke, oh, Karawe hoki.
Manages to take the first and third attempts at that disc. Fantastic work to bring it back to a tied game.
I'm wondering if his jump kind of may have put his defender off.
Right, and again, I mean, we've talked about how the importance, like defense going early. But hey, and I think the thing too is if he reckoned he would have had that on that first bid, you can go for it, absolutely.
Yes.
And then the defense is going to react or respond to that. And that's why the defense probably wasn't able to get a second attempt at it, whereas the offense had recovered. The first jump wasn't going to make it. The disc hasn't been touched. It's still floating along that same path. I've got time to react. I've got time to take the second attempt while my defense is still in the air. So this is the kind of Opens final that we were hoping to see. Teams evenly matched, trading points against one another. A little bit of a mix of styles as well. High kume from Armstrong. Nice amount of float. Bowen, nice and quick 1-2 to get it off to Leishman.
Kubra takes it again. Rauenga mahi ara I konei mai Auckland Grammar.
Leishman puts it up looking for Bowen. It's going to be a bit long.
Also defensive pressure there from Auckland Grammar.
Forcing those shots to come out a little bit hotter than Leishman might have liked. It's a little bit too much zip on the chip. Bowen's not going to be able to pull that one down. So a chance here for Auckland Grammar to take the lead. Now, both of these teams have a respectable long game. They know that their sort of prime players are in a position to be able to put the disc up with a decent bit of distance, trust the speed of their receivers in the hands to pull down those long options. But then defense also has the ability to apply pressure in those spaces and make those windows that much harder. Huang has the disc, goes back around to Armstrong. He's a little stranded. Leishman poaching off, closing down the lane for Craddock, but Armstrong manages to get it away.
Karauenga mahi ara I konei hoki mai Hutt Valley. Going long, kariroke ia I te few. Te awane, yes. That is Huang. Kua whai piro anō ma Auckland Grammar. Ka tiro ake anō ki tēnā āhuatanga. Let's have another look.
There's the speed. He starts to open up. That disc going to take him all the way to the back of the end zone. Little shimmy step in there to make sure that first point of contact, once he'd had control of the disc, was in bounds. And that is going to let Auckland Grammar take the lead for the first time in the game.
Kārawe hoki. Ka pai whakarete ana ngā tīma o tēnei kuminga. Nice deep pull there from Auckland Grammar. Kei te ata whakarite a Hutt Valley. Trying to get something to open up here. Rawe, great attempt from Mohamud.
Such a good bid too. With that toe drag as well. If he'd managed to pull that one, it would have been fantastic play there. But instead,
yes.
A quick break from Auckland Grammar.
Again.
Yeah, just Craddock putting the big shot up. See again. Finding Reed Smith for the score.
Rawe te whiu I ko nā mai a Craddock. Great pass there from Craddock.
So we're going to see a timeout called. So Hutt Valley up by 2 in the initial stages of the game. Auckland Grammar answering back with a nice solid run to bring it back to 5/3. And so a timeout's been called. Hutt Valley probably wanting to make some adjustments to see, hey, we're starting to make more turnovers than we were. Is there any sort of easy wins we can make? Are there any small changes we can make? On the other hand, Auckland Grammar currently riding a high. They won a game on stream. They put a great performance in over Hamilton Boys High School. Now they're in a position in the final, still on stream, able to really dial that energy and keep that fire burning hot.
Ka pai ki tēnei tātou e te iwi e paki ana te rā, e whiti mai ana tamanui te rā. We can see the conditions have really fined up here in Taupō Atia. The sun is now out. We are seeing mainly blue skies, a bit of clouds, but they're not looking threatening. So Ko te tumanako, ka pēnei tonu te huarere mo te ronga o tēnei rangi. Hopefully the weather conditions stay this way for the rest of the day and for our women's final coming up after this game.
My fingers are crossed, but even if it rains, it's not going to be wet enough to dampen the spirits of the players here on the field. Hutt Valley High already 5 on the line, ready to go to kick off this next offensive point for them, hoping to bring it back to a 1-point game. Now, we mentioned that we have a 50-minute clock, of which about 20 minutes has been eaten up. So currently 5-3, taking about 20 minutes to get there. Both teams working really, really hard on defense. They're not letting anything slip. Our game started off, Hutt Valley High School had a couple of really quick, powerful points, essentially unanswered. They were able to generate a turn and they didn't give the disc back. We're starting to see maybe some more pressure from Auckland. So starting to put a few cracks in that foundation. That's where this change in momentum seems to have come from.
Nice high pull there from Auckland Grammar. Engari, ka tau ki waho I te whira, although it will land out of touch. I believe Hutt Valley has caught a brick call here.
Absolutely right. And I love seeing Mohammed's little spin cycle cuts to start things off.
Great patience here from Hutt Valley.
Mohammed getting the disc on the far sideline, sending back centre field to Leishman. Kubra on aggressive cut. Finds that near sideline.
Another take from Mohammed.
Threading through, finds Leishman. Can he get to Redaway?
Oh, so close. That was an awesome play, though, from the Hutt Valley team. A lot of patience here midfield.
Really, really well executed sequence
Yes.
all the way until the end.
And really opening up that space, too. As you may have seen, looked back. There was only one player in that corner of the field from Hutt Valley.
And we've talked a little bit as well as we can see at the moment. So Kubra essentially with his back to the camera, meaning that the only throw that Auckland Grammar had available to them was along that far sideline. So that anga, that force, trying to really direct the shape of the play. One of the benefits of Ultimate is if you can have someone with the skill to break the mark, to get the disc behind their defensive player. So let's say, in fact, we'll use this next one as an example. We've got Leishman who's picking up the disc to initiate. Craddock is going to be pushing him towards that near sideline. If Leishman can target the far sideline, it keeps the defense out of position for the next string of continuations. And I think that's what we saw over that previous sequence from Hutt Valley, but a huge play from Dylan Price.
Ka pai te hauko mai a Dylan Price. Awesome defensive structure that was from Auckland Grammar. E ki te ane ngā hua. Ka rawe hoki ngā mahi ara I konei. Great defense here from Hutt Valley. However, Auckland Grammar able to retain it and score another point.
Throwing in a cheeky hurdle jump while he's at it. That was a great bid from Leishman, but it wasn't enough to stop Craddock from closing that one down, taking it to 6-3, 2 points away from an Auckland Grammar half.
Great patience here from Hutt Valley.
Was that big bid from Dylan Price really set everything up for them.
Just an easy hurdle jump as well, just to end it off.
Yeah, I mean, hey, make the most of it while you're in your under 20s. You hit your mid 30s, and buddy, you are going straight through that banner. Sponsors be dang. No, fantastic work by Bailey's, providing a support along our other partners, and in particular, big thanks to Whakata Māori who are allowing us to bring you the coverage of this event. As Kubra for Hutt Valley High School looking to reset the disc to centre field. Craddock can't get a touch. It's Leishman. Winds up the hammer, decides against it. Bowen with a little circle spin.
Looking for the options. Ka kitea Mohammed. Beautiful take from Mohammed. Aha kua tōna iti.
Bowen there as an option, pushing right on towards that front corner. Kubra's there. Yes, he is.
There. What a beautiful play from Hutt Valley that was.
and one that they needed as well to keep themselves in that game. We've seen a lot of the momentum pushing towards Auckland Grammar for the last few points. It's nice to see Hutt Valley able to answer with one of their own.
Great patience as well from Hutt Valley, bringing the disc downfield. Karawe hoki. Atahua. Looks like Kubra is going to kick us off with the next pull.
I think that last point probably started to give them a little bit of fizz. It'll be good to see what kind of energy they bring to this defensive play here. Nice and early, quick disc movement to find Craddock, recenters to Armstrong. Scuba over the top, couldn't quite get there in time. Big hammer,
Big
looking
one.
for it.
Karawe hoki.
Reed Smith again with the great reception in the deep field. Auckland Grammar go to 7. It's a bit of a coach killer, that one.
One big hammer there from Craddock. Karawe hoki. Right downfield. Ka whai piro anō. Nā Reed Smith.
See that again. Great pressure, nearly managing to get a hand on that one. Big hammer goes up. Kubra not able to stop Reed Smith pulling that one down. And now Auckland Grammar 1 point away from taking half. Owen and Leishman again working together for Hutt Valley High. Laser shot, the far sideline, can't get it to the hands of Worsley.
Auckland putting on that pressure now for Hutt Valley. I think kei te kimi te ripirere. Just grabbing this now.
But I mean, this is exactly what Auckland Grammar are hoping for. They know they've got the ability to push and punch through in just a couple of passes. Armstrong has it. Not a lot developing in the deep space. Reed Smith coming in to get involved in the upfield.
Rawe te whiu, Ikona, and
McCone's going for it, can't get there. Great thinking, great vision. Maybe a little bit much heat if Armstrong had maybe held off another half second before releasing that one. That would have been a great way to finish the first half for Auckland Grammar.
You could see the line that he was gunning for as well, right down the sideline there. Up by Hutt Valley, just bringing it back into field right now.
Owen with a couple of shoulder fakes, trying to get Leishman some space. Marked tight by Craddock, nice and aggressive. We're seeing Reed Smith do a huge amount of work to try and shut down the explosive Mohamud in the downfield.
Karawe hoki over here, just waiting for something to open up downfield.
Leishman had it. Laser show to Worsley up the far sideline.
Awesome takes here from Hutt Valley.
Great pace by Redaway, but it's not enough. It's not tempting enough to get Muhammad to uncork the big shot. Finds Bowen instead on a little 2-metre pass.
Rauinga mahi ara I konei mai o Auckland. Great defensive pressure from Auckland.
Leishman shaking him loose. Marked by Craddock now.
Waiting for something to open up.
Worsley gives him the width. Can't push further downfield just yet, though. There it is.
Beautiful. There it goes, opening up. Engari, kua karanga here. A foul has been called, I'm assuming.
It's a pick.
It's a
so,
pick.
We mentioned this during yesterday's broadcast. Unlike in basketball, where you can use your body to set screens for your teammates, in Ultimate, if a player's ability for a defender to follow their offensive counterpart is inhibited or impeded by the movement of another player, then the play resets and players are given the opportunity to catch up. But Hutt Valley High just put it away. This time feeding for Mohamud to close that one out. Great little dive to bring it back to a 2-point game. The score currently 5-7.
Rawe katoa tērā piro, great point there from Mohamud.
A well-earned sub to rehydrate as his 5 teammates take the field.
We've just hit the halfway mark, the 30-minute mark.
Craddock signaling for Armstrong. Manages to shake free from Brill to get the disc on the far sideline. Lays us through to McCone.
Awesome movement here from Auckland Grammar.
Chenery and Bardsley working the downfield, hoping something opens up. Towed in by Chenery. Goes back to Craddock despite a great bid from Kubra.
Rauenga mahi ara I konei from Kubra. Great defensive pressure there. And an awesome fake from Auckland. Ka whai piro.
That back foot, yeah, just dropping that back foot inbounds to put the score on the board for Auckland Grammar. That is going to take us to halfway through our open final in the 2025 Aotearoa Secondary Schools Ultimate Championships. Great work by both of these teams on display. Early few points of the game, it was all Hutt Valley. Auckland have built up a head of steam, and the question there is whether or not the team from Hutt Valley High are going to come out strong in the second half and put an end to this little bit of a comeback train. It's not really a comeback train if once you're ahead, I guess, right? Like it's a comeback train when you're back and then you're just winning, I suppose. But that's
keeping
okay.
that momentum, right?
Yeah, there we go. That's the one. It's anybody's game still, folks. There's only 3 points in it. My name is Blair Monroe.
My name is Shikoni Hakarai-Turner.
We're going to be back for the second half, brought to you by Ulti TV and also Whakaata Māori. Huge thanks. Ngā mihi nui to them. Just absolutely phenomenal work putting this event on for you folks at home. Our other partners, Caltex, Apollo Projects, New Zealand Carbon Farming, and of course, Bailey's. But the best real estate is right in front of your screens. Please stay tuned. We'll be back very soon.
See you soon.
And a short half it was. Both of these teams clearly raring to get back out and make their mark on the second half. We've got Auckland Grammar starting off on defense. Craddock with the kume. Fielded by Kubra, working with Leishman early, supported by Bowen on the near sideline. Mohamud and Hoskin doing a lot of the work in the downfield. Kubra working that midfield.
Again, pai te hopukina. Oh, just missed it there. Great defensive pressure from Auckland though. Just heading into their end zone.
Huge bid from Kubra to try and pull that one down. He's putting his body on the line for his team today. Just a huge amount of hustle here from this Hutt Valley High side.
Now for this half, let's see if Auckland Grammar can maintain that momentum that they had in the first half.
McCone on an aggressive undercut, deciding to push deep. Craddock gets the reset instead.
Karawe, great take there from Auckland Grammar.
A little bit of a shake of the head. Some players maybe not being as mindful as they could be of the bodies of other players on the field, remembering that it is a non-contact sport. Commentators curse just as I say that. We see a little bit more contact. Hutt Valley High really working hard. The big scuba going up, trying to stunt on them. And that's going to be it's going to be Craddock with the score to bring Auckland Grammar up to 9 points.
E hika mākua, tino piki te ngā I konei ki Taupō nui atia. You can really feel the intensity has lifted here in the second half of this final.
What a throw. Good grief. We'll see again, we get that nice little upline. Great bid from Mohamud. But
also
then there,
is
an unmarked Armstrong. Any throw he wants to put out, decides to go for the big, long scuba. Peels back towards the far sideline for Craddock for the score to bring them to 9 points over Hutt Valley's 5.
Atahua te kume Maya Auckland Grammar. However, it's just going out of touch there, out the back.
Leishman's going to pick it up and bring it to the brick mark. Araya e Craddock. See those deep cuts developing early. Bowen and Leishman trying to work a lot of 1-2s, keeping the defense on their toes.
Some fast play here from Hutt Valley.
Redaway and Worsley both pushing into the deep space. It's a handler-dominated game at the moment.
Looking for something to open up.
Kubra tries to drive up that line, but a little bit short, a little bit low. This is the chance that Grammar need to really widen up the game.
Tawena mahi konei Maya Auckland. Another hammer throw there. Unable to retain it though.
And that's the chance that Hutt Valley need to keep themselves in this game. They can't afford to let Auckland Grammar hit double their score, so they need to stay in it. They need to stay focused. Just mind some of those throws. They've got great movement around the disc. They're able to keep it in hands. It's when when the blood starts to get a little bit hot, the adrenaline starts to go a little bit high. That's when they start letting those errors slip in. But Kubra.
Great take there from Kubra.
Can't run it in. Redaway's trying to get open for him. Right on that front cone.
Looking for something to open up just a little bit there. And there we go. Hutt Valley. Kua whaia piro anō.
Leishman with a nice little step right out in front of Craddock. Nice and aggressive and explosive towards that front cone. Going to be enough to get him open. Kubra can put the disc around his mark and put that one away for Hutt Valley.
Ka rawe hoki tau a whiu ki te wāhanga piro, te wāhi piro. Nice patience there from Kubra.
There it is, a little outside in forehand, so it kind of peels away and rolls back in towards the field. Bowen with the disc now to set us up for the next point. Auckland Grammar hoping to break double digits on this one, but it requires the patience that we need to see from them in this second half.
Great take there from Craddock. Another hammer as well from Craddock. Katairawa.
Finds Bardsley in the end zone for the score. And it looks like they're going to call that his first point of contact was Hutt Valley, looking like it wasn't in the end zone before he managed to control, but they'll concede the point. Auckland Grammar goes to 10. And so we have 10 minutes left on the clock. Auckland Grammar now 6 points ahead of 4 points rather ahead of Hutt Valley.
And we can see on screen there, we just saw Epsom girls warming up for their match after this as well. They'll be playing in the final against Hutt Valley's women's team. E whai ake nei after this. So, amiri atu I tēnei, make sure you keep it locked in with us to see the women's play as well.
Armstrong to pull again, putting it nice and high towards the far sideline. A lot of float.
Great take there from Kubra.
Reeled in and quickly offloaded to Bowen as they sit on that far sideline. Leishman on a nice undercut, snaps one around to Kubra to keep the disc moving.
Rawe te haukuti konei. Maya Armstrong. He's been great at that today. We've been seeing him making those blocks all game. Auckland Grammar have the opportunity to take another point here. Kataia rāna I rātou.
Wide to McCone. Craddock trying to get free. Manages to keep that off the turf.
Another great take there from Armstrong.
Despite a great bid by Bowen, putting a lot of pressure on. Mohamud marking.
Thomas now waiting for something to open up. Craddock talking to his team now, telling them to open something up.
Bardsley goes back to Craddock. They're losing yards, trying to keep possession. Craddock getting a little frustrated, seeing that what he wants to develop in the end zone isn't happening yet. But Bardsley's going to be able to pull that one down despite a great bid from the Hutt Valley High defense.
Ai, he piro anō mā Bardsley. Ka piki ake ngā piro o Auckland. Ka rawe hoki. No reira I nāne ko ngā piro. Te kaupiro kia Auckland, ono piro kia Hutt Valley. We have 10 points to Auckland now and Hutt Valley is on 6. Motaku here, it looks like the leaderboard hasn't kind of changed yet on screen. Auckland is now at 11.
So as we have ourselves a game to 15, Auckland are 4 points away from a victory. Hutt Valley High need 9, not only to close the gap, but to edge ahead and walk away with the win for the 2025 Secondary Schools Championships. There's the pull from Craddock.
Another awesome take there from Craddock. Motaku here, Cobra, Motaku here.
Leishman puts up the big shot, looking for Redaway. Nice, quick answer there. They're not done just yet. Our score is now 7-11, always open 24 hours a day, folks, but not as open as Redaway was in that end zone for that reception.
Sirohia tau a few, look at that pass.
It's beautiful. I mean, you could see as well that Dylan Price kind of had a good sense for where his defense was and roughly where the disc was coming from, but wasn't in a position to make a play. So Redaway with the great whakataiapa, just keeping his positioning. We get to see that again. There was no way that Dylan Price was going to be able to get a bite on that one. Just really, really good disc placement as well. Well done by Leishman.
Tāhua te kuminga I kona. Great pull there. Nice back play there between Craddock and Armstrong.
Now from Hutt Valley, we're actually seeing a shift away from that person defense that we've seen basically all day from every team we've had. They've moved into a zone defense. You can see how Worsley is providing their sort of additional support to stop continuation passes, but Auckland Grammar are able to find a way through. Finds McCone near sideline, gets a big bid. Scuba over the top to Armstrong, pushes wide to find Craddock. And there are a couple of ways to work through a zone. One of the biggest ones is just keep the disc moving, tire them out, especially when you have players like Daniels Fock who are doing all of the work at the front of the zone, really trying to mark the disc. You can see he's swapped with Worsley as that fatigue starts to set in. So Worsley's now marking the disc. Fox pushed into the second line, Daniels Fox, sorry. But it's not stopping Auckland Grammar.
They are doing a great job here. Moving downfield patiently.
Now this is normally the point where you'd start to see the defense collapse into a person defensive structure. When you're maintaining that zone positioning, it's really easy to flood the deepest players, especially as you're pushing close to the end zone. So with a player like Leishman, 2 cuts, he can't cover both of them. That's the way to break it. And so normally as you move towards the end zone, you would expect to see a switch back to a person defense to find those individual matchups. You can see Craddock in the end zone calling for it completely alone on that near side. Kubra allowing him to come back into that reset space.
Some great defensive pressure here from Hutt Valley. They've maintained it right throughout this play as well, keeping it tight, whether it was a man-on-man or a zone one. And Auckland have just had to throw a hammer. Unfortunately, unable to retain it, and koianga hua o tēnei momo rautaki ārai. That is the benefits of having a zone structure there on defense.
Kubra on the undercut. Mohamud with enough separation, but it's not appealing yet. Redaway has it. Puts it to Mohamud on the near sideline.
Looking for something to open up here.
Armstrong taking a great line as he plays catch up with Redaway to shut down that passing lane.
Beautiful
Leishman
pass.
gets it.
Something right. Ooh.
Maybe had Hoskin as an option, but Craddock was close enough to discourage that one. We're going to give the disc back to Auckland Grammar now and see what they can do with it. A long field ahead of them. A lot of work to do. We're going to see whether or not McCone gets the disc. We are seeing that same zone defensive structure from Hutt Valley. And so you have a wide open Armstrong, finds McCone far sideline, now marked by Mohamud. Goes back around to Armstrong. Craddock's available as an option on the near sideline, marked by Hoskin.
Tawinga mahi I konei, Maya Auckland. And great defensive pressure from Hutt Valley here, resulting in a turnover.
Leishman signaling for Kubra to come back to give him an easy reset.
Waiting for something to open up.
Puts a big shot up, looking for Kubra to finish.
Oh,
not gonna get there.
Ka tiru ake anō tēnei.
Huge chase though, absolutely huge chase. And so 48 minutes, nearly 49 minutes on the clock. The game is nearly over. There's still a pretty significant lead for Auckland Grammar, but not impossible to overcome. Great take by Bardsley to recover that one as the Scuba started to peel towards the near sideline. Finds McCone. Craddock available as the reset, marked by Hoskin.
Craddock waiting for something to open up again.
Finds Chenery with a quick 1-2 back to Craddock. Can he do something with it?
Now, what would you do here in this play? Would you try and tire them out by holding onto the disc as much as possible, or try and get it down to the other end as quick as possible?
I mean, the game only ends once a point scored, so time's a little less significant. The biggest thing in a situation like this is maintaining that lead. It's about working hard. The defense is working just as hard as well. But from a thinking perspective, they don't always have to do as much. It's not even about getting in the way. It's more about getting in a position. Oh, wow.
Rawe hoki.
Great finish there by Auckland Grammar to bring it to 12. I was going to say, the defense doesn't always sort of have to think. So quite often they just have to be close enough to discourage a throw. And so the sort of mental load on defense, depending on the structure of defense that you're playing, isn't quite as bad as it is for offense. And so tiring them out isn't always an option. I mean, it definitely seemed to work in that instance, though. Just waiting for them to slow down a little bit until those windows get a little bit more and more open until you can capitalize.
It looked like quite a casual pass there as well from Craddock to Bardsley.
I think because of the flight path of that disc, as it was kind of floating down, Leishman was like, oh, I can get an opportunity here, I can take a bite. But it pulled him out of position, left an unmarked player in the end zone for a nice score there for Auckland. So, if I'm not mistaken, and it has been known to happen, the soft cap, the hooter went during that point. So we conclude that point. The score is currently 7-12. We add 1 to the highest score, and it's a straight race to that number. So it looks like we will be playing a game to 13. So teams have called a timeout. And both of the teams have something to say in this instance. So Auckland Grammar, they've got to put on a really solid defensive line that can generate the turns, that can stop the flow from Hutt Valley, and then be able to capitalize. And so they've got to pick the 5 players who are best for that situation. Not necessarily the 5 best players, but it might be who's feeling hot, who's feeling fresh, maybe you don't have the best throws on the tee, but you've got great reaction speed, you've got really good agility. How can we construct a wall that Hutt Valley can't get past? Hutt Valley, on the other hand, they can't afford to make any more mistakes. They have to play perfectly from here on out. And so any turnover they get, they have to fight like anything to get that disc back so that their dreams of walking away with a gold medal at the end of this tournament are not shattered right now.
All right, last play here.
Unless Hutt Valley can get a hold here. And it's going to be a tough road for them. Even if they manage to walk away with this point here, they get that clean hold, they have to fight for the disc on every point after. And at that point, that's when it starts to become tough for them, but it also puts a lot of pressure on Auckland Grammar. Every time Auckland Grammar don't score, it's one mistake closer to giving the game away.
Another great pull there from Craddock.
Puts the shot up, looking for Kubra in the end zone. McCone as well is underneath it.
Kahau kutingia e McCone I taua ripirere. Another great intercept there from McCone.
Looks like they've had a couple of substitutions come through.
Nice take there from Armstrong.
Reed Smith getting nice and busy. Big bid from Kubra's not going to be able to stop it. McCone has it marked by Redaway on the near sideline. Goes around, finds Craddock.
Rauenga mahi ara I konei mai Hutt Valley. Great defensive pressure from Hutt Valley. Nice fast play here from Auckland Grammar.
Question is, can they finish it out here? Craddock's there as a reset. Too much scramble by the defense. Puts a blade up top. There it is for Bardsley and the win. Nice, very, very high angle hammer, so it didn't have to, didn't turn over too much. Was able to drop right on top of where Craddock wanted it. Bardsley to pull that one down and take it to 13. So the game is over. The game is done.
Yes.
And on the top of our podium, Auckland's Suns. Auckland Grammar, well done. Fantastic performance by both of those teams. Great work by Hutt Valley High as well.
Didn't make it easy. They didn't make it easy.
No, they did not. They started super strong. And it's just as those two swords clashed together, it was Auckland who found that extra gear that allowed them to walk away with it. Fantastic finish to the Open Division for the 2025 Aotearoa Secondary Schools Championships in Ultimate here in Taupō. We will be back with you very, very soon for the exciting finale to our tournament. It's going to be the girls division final between, again, Hutt Valley and Auckland Grammar's sister school, Epsom Girls Grammar. My name is Blair Munro.
My name is Shikani Hakaraya-Turner.
And we will be back with you very soon. Please stay tuned.
Learn Purako. Explore Te Taiao. Tūhura ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku taimwana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
How can you allow this to happen in the 21st century?
What it is the same old faces, the Ken Mears, the Harawira families, the haters and wreckers.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
What he can do in 50,000 turn up.
Dan Carter knew the power of winning.
Your instincts tell you the sky's different.
The flip side of that was the intense pressure.
I'd go back to my hotel room and I'd be broken.
Dan Carter, a perfect 10. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Always on the move? You can keep up to date with Alti TV on all of our social media channels. Like, follow, subscribe, share us with a friend, or send us a message just to say hey. Thank you for supporting us in our mission to grow Ultimate everywhere.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākaro nā te iti o te kura.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai tō tinana ki tō mākau.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku taimwana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
Twice to sell. Got half so go and sell. Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Ka pai no mai anō e te iwi ki tēnei kēmu, te kēmu whakamutunga o tēnei rangi, ara koia nei te kēmu whiringa toa o te wāhanga kōtiro ngā wāhanga wahine. We are back with the final game of today. This is the women's final. We have Hutt Valley women's team playing against Epsom. It's going to be a good one.
It absolutely is. I'm so excited to see this. We've seen Epsom Girls Grammar already put on a fantastic performance earlier today, taking the win in their semi-final match over Pakuranga College. They'll be facing off against Hutt Valley High, and we just saw the Hutt Valley High team in the Open Division put on a phenomenal performance up against our Open Division winners, Auckland Grammar School. So, nice and energetic warm-up. Hopefully they'll be setting the tone for the match.
Yes, we can see there on camera Hutt Valley getting their groove on, getting their energy up. It's a great way to start the game, great way to start their final. And as you said, Blair, hopefully they're able to take their energy and we can see it on the field as well.
Absolutely. So as they break the huddle and they get their first 5 players to take the line in this game to 15, the final match, not just of the day, but of the entire tournament. Fantastic to see Women's Ultimate getting a little bit of love here. Thanks to our broadcast partners, Whakaata Māori, as well as Ulti TV, and also our other site sponsors, Caltex, Apollo Projects, New Zealand Carbon Farming, and Bailey's. Bailey's Real Estate, they mentioned in the ad just before we came back, established since 1973. Ultimate as a sport is only 5 years older than that. It was, I guess, devised as a sport would be in 1968. So, slightly older than the real estate, and as I've said a couple of times over the last couple of days, the best real estate is right where you are in front of your screen, so you can miss none of the action. You want to get every single bit of these throws, these grabs, these athletic plays straight directly into your eyes. As Hutt Valley start us off with a big kume, sending it nice and long. Epsom girls to start off on offense.
Rauinga mahi ara I konei. Great defensive pressure here from Hutt Valley early in the game, causing a turnover. Now they have the opportunity to have their first go at putting themselves on the board. Awesome take there from Hoffman. Hioi Okotingia.
Eaten up by Clark for Epsom. Puts it a little high, but Doubleday gets a hand to it. Marked by Hoffman, decides to continue pushing, finds Clark. Big shot goes up. Hutt Valley High in a much better position to hold that. And I think the wind's starting to pick up.
Yes.
Gave that a little bit of extra leg. So, Hutt Valley High pushing towards the right-hand side of your screen, playing out of the white and black uniforms. Hoffman marked by Clark. Oh, sorry, not Hoffman.
Great defensive pressure there from Cook. And you are right, that wind really just did, I guess, turned that disc, made it go in a different direction from where it was originally going.
Absolutely, just a little too much height when the wind starts to pick up, and you'll start to see the disc peel over and start to have a bit of fade, either towards or away from the intended line of the throw. Cook has it, puts it up long.
Oh, what an intercept from Hutt Valley.
Just a fantastic, great put out towards the near sideline.
Looking for options here. Another great few, another great pass there.
Phillip puts it up, trying to find Claridge. Manages to get her right in front of the end zone, marked by Doubleday. Quick reset to Turner. Quick turnaround from Phillip.
Great defense here from Epsom. However, ka kitea ngā hua e Hutt Valley. Hutt Valley will be the first to put themselves on the board here in this final.
Great work there. I mean, we've seen some of those long, strong passes from Epsom. They've had not really sort of Hail Mary shots. Like there's good intention behind them. They're recognizing when they've got players pushing into the deep space. They've got a lot of power behind those throws. It's nice to see Hutt Valley using some sort of shorter disc movement, kind of relying on the legs more than the throws to get into a good position to keep the disc moving around the field outside of the reach of the defense.
Just some brief chats here from both coaches for each team.
Great pull deep into the playing field. Finds Cook. Working with Sawyer. McMillan on a great undercut. Shut down by Almozani.
Great work here from Epsom.
Doubleday goes to McCallum. Almozani on defense.
Awesome defensive pressure there from Hutt Valley.
Yeah, great work from Claridge as well. Margot Claridge to close down that window on that upline cut or upline throw. Putting a big shot up. Looking for Claridge.
And one-handed catch, Atahua.
Great read there on that one. Goes back to find Gendel. Puts it long,
And
one-handed.
again for the Piro, Atahua.
Oh, that's just fun. That's what that is.
That was beautiful. That was an awesome take there. Twice one-handed catch.
Yeah. We'll get to see that again. A nice little reset and then immediately pushing deep into the end zone. Coming around, targeting that space in the deep.
Look at that.
Getting around, having Sawyer on the back shoulder instead so she couldn't make a play. Fantastic work by Claridge to put that one on the board as the score goes 2-0.
Great work there. Ka rawe hoki. A nice pull there from Hutt Valley.
Doubleday and Cook again to initiate things for Epsom.
Rawe te haukotitanga I kona. Great intercept there.
Turner puts a big hammer up. It's got a bit of float, but not quite enough. That would have been a fantastic fast break.
Yes.
Just needed the receiver a little bit closer to where that disc was going to end up to start us off. But I love the vision. I really do. This is the time when those are the kind of throws you should be uncorking.
Levy there with that nice front drive.
Can't quite connect with Doubleday. That's Phillip to pick up and initiate. Hoffman pushing towards that deep space.
Nice, strong view
Marked by
there.
Webb.
However, yes, Webb is able to get a haukoti there. Aukati kia taua few, blocking that pass.
Araya Turner, but she can get the throw away.
Awesome take there from McCallum. Sorry, ko Clark Tera.
There's the second attempt at the hammer. Shut down by Levy. Cook to pick up and initiate.
You can see a bit of set-up structure here from Epsom.
Good
Clark
work
taking
by
that
Clark.
pass.
Yeah,
Yes.
fantastic cut around the front of the stack. Enough to keep the defense on the back shoulder.
Nice take again from Cook and a big throw. Hioano koia te huo ngā ārai pai. There's a great defensive structure from Hutt Valley making that turnover.
Yeah, again, and not that much separation either from Levy, which is great to see. So knowing that not only is their structure working, but the individual intensity is there to keep that pressure on. Now they're back on offense. We're seeing if it's going to stay that way.
Ka rawe hoki ngā mahi ara I konei maia Epsom. Great defensive pressure there from Epsom and koia ngā huia kua.
Enough to make that throw come out a little low. Epsom need this to get on the board.
Epsom unable to retain the disc there. You can see Hutt Valley. I think we're going to see some subs here.
So I believe substitutions at this tournament are allowed in the middle of play, provided there's a handoff at the halfway mark. Al-Mozani putting it long. There's a bit of float underneath it.
Ka rawe te hopu.
Great work by Claridge, putting the hammer up. And it's pulled down by Turner for the score. Hutt Valley go up by 3.
Ka nui te pai. Awesome work there from Hutt Valley. You get to see that again. Ka tiruaki anō tērā. Beautiful winners there.
There it is. Big hammer goes up, blades down, pulled in by Turner for the score.
And a great choice of pass too.
So we're seeing a timeout called. I'm imagining Epsom now down by 3 without a score on the board to their name. Now's the opportunity where they want to sit and think, right, what needs to change? Their intensity is great. Their communication is going really well. Hutt Valley are just putting on a huge amount of pressure. So Epsom, they just need to think, right, how do we not let that pressure get to us? How do we make sure that we're here playing our own game? "12 minutes into our 50-minute clock. So about a quarter of the way through the game already. The score currently 3-0 in favour of Hutt Valley High School.
Yep, still got a bit of time left here in this game. So anything can happen. It's still early days. You know, we could see Epsom Euros bring it back. We've seen it here in this tournament already over the last 2 days. Some teams really start off a bit slower, but as the game progresses, they start to warm up a bit more and they make a comeback.
Absolutely. I mean, in our previous game, we saw Auckland Boys Grammar do a fantastic job again against a Hutt Valley lead to be able to squeak through a victory towards the end of the game. And so I wonder whether or not the Hutt Valley girls have seen that happen and think we cannot afford to let up the gas now.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
We found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
So a big cheer from Epsom to break the huddle. Hutt Valley High, 5 players on the line already. Claridge with the disc to pull.
We're just seeing here Epsom set up as well. So we can kick off the next play.
every second that they take to discuss is another second taken off the clock that Epsom currently need to keep themselves in this game. So big long kume from Hutt Valley High, but it's going to touch down out of bounds. And we've seen the signal for the brick from Innes for Epsom girls. Yeah, we're going to see that Hutt Valley play. And again, another zone. 2 players parked up around the disc handler. Then 2 players in the midfield, picking up assignments as they need to. And then 1 in the deep there to shut it down. It was great work by Philip. Nice quick movement through to Turner. Philip goes on a nice upline cut, cross field. Then a big shot looking for Claridge, marked by Innes, who's underneath it.
Karawe hoki. Awesome piro there. Ka piki ake ngā piro o Hutt Valley ki te whā.
Great work there by Hutt Valley. I mean, that zone worked exactly as it was intended to.
Yes.
Just by having 2 players parked around the thrower, just closes off more and more of those windows. So we talked about the sort of the anga or the force when a player's setting up to try and direct the throws. When you have 2 players there, they can't be too close because a double team is a prohibited move defensively in conventional ultimate. Having 1 player kind of marking them full on to the side, not letting them access that side of the field at all, and then another player kind of in what we would call the open lane, taking up more of that space, forces a shot like that. And then those 2 players in the midfield who are there to kind of pick up assignments as they move into their area, just applying enough pressure that the handler wants to throw behind that. And that's the opportunity for that deep player, in this case Phillips, for Hutt Valley High School to close in and secure the block. That was just beautifully executed.
Another great pull there from Hutt Valley. And also some quick passes there between Cook and Innes.
Goes around, finds Webb. Cook can't quite connect there on the up line. And it's going to give Hutt Valley another opportunity. They're currently up by 4. We have Gendel with the disc, supported by Almozani. Puts a big shot up. Is it enough?
Oh, yes. Beautiful hands.
Great work by Philip.
And awesome backup there from Hutt Valley to put their points up again to Rima.
Turner with a great little run through there. As you say, 5 points now over Epsom's 0. Fantastic to see.
What a watch. You can see, I think I've kind of picked up a little bit that this is what Hutt Valley's play seems to be. You're always seeing one person always going straight to the end zone. They're putting in that big arm, that big few throw right into the end zone, and it's pretty precise. You know, like the choice of the throw and the amount of kaha, the amount of strength that they're actually putting into their throw is very precise, and it's actually being very beneficial for them.
And it's the 2 things there that really need to align, as you say, like that kaha behind the throw, making sure that it's got enough oomph behind it, but not so much that you're overthrowing the receiver. So kind of recognizing, hey, my teammate is this fast and I've got this much strength. How do I make sure those 2 things line up so that I can hit them on the field where I need to?
Exactly.
Philip with the pull again, back at it. Cook and Doubleday working hard together to keep the disc moving, putting a big shot up.
Another pull. Oh, unable to get it there in the end.
Yeah,
the thought was there.
Absolutely could not get it to peel back into the field. It's a little bit more edge on that disc. Might have had it falling back in. Could have been a great opportunity there for Epsom. But they've given the disc back to Hutt Valley High School, something they really can't afford to keep doing.
Nice take there from Hutt Valley. Again, looking for something to open up, and it does on the sideline here. And another big pull into the end zone. Katairane, unfortunately it was unable to swivel around to bend, so it just went out of touch.
Was a nice motion throw from Gendel though. Beautiful work. just not able to get it to touch back in bounds.
Nice, we have a cook here from Epsom bringing the disc into play.
Araya F. Phillip.
Awesome take there from Webb. A few fakes as well.
Finds McCallum. Wanting to close it off. She's wound up that forehand. Decides instead with the reset. Finds Cook. Webb's got it. Webb's got it inbounds, although maybe there's some communication. Not quite sure what's happening.
I don't know if it went in all the way.
That's right. It looked pretty good from here, but it's up to the players to make that call, and they're calling a pick now. So it'll just be a case of the defense wasn't in a great, didn't have an ability to follow their player based on how other players had positioned themselves.
Right, a screen, correct? Beautiful hands from Webb.
She's got it again. Epsom finally on the board, 5-1 to Hutt Valley as we enter the 20-something minute.
Cool, it looks like a full team switch over for Epsom.
So yeah, into minute 21, the score 5-1.
Epsom's coach here talking strategy. Kapai Hutt, e tohu nei kei te rite rata. We have Hutt signalling that they are ready. And it'll be Sawyer kicking us off with a pull.
Gendel with the disc, marked by Sawyer. Almozani goes wide, finds Turner, can't connect.
Again, the wind has picked up a little bit here, down in Taupō no Iatia, which could affect the disc.
So Epsom have the disc now far sideline. Big long shot. Finds Doubleday. Hoping to connect with Huang on the next cut. Goes a little high, but Huang gets there anyway.
Ka rawe hoki. Sawyer scoring that point for Epsom girls. Ka piki aki ngā piro kia rua, ki te rua for Epsom.
Two quick ones back to back. It's good to see from Epsom. They're starting to fire up.
We're going to see a quick substitution here from Epsom as well. And it will be Sawyer again kicking us off with the next pull.
We see the hand go up. The signal for readiness is given. Nice and long.
Oh.
Fielded well. The wind definitely starting to pick up. A little bit of a touch from Sawyer. Not enough to stop Claridge getting a hand to it.
Nice defense here from Doubleday.
Phillip there as a reset. Good engagement from those handlers. Hoffman has it now near sideline.
Throwing up Mahiara, Kikone Maya Epson. Great defensive pressure here from Epson, making it a bit difficult for Hutt Valley to find something open.
McIntosh has it now, looks back, finds Phillip. Big hammer, there it is!
Katairane, ooh.
A little bit too much peel as it rounds over and falls out on that near sideline. It's going to give Epsom an opportunity, one that they need to tighten up this game. There's currently 3 points in it. Epsom want to narrow that gap even further. Big cuts coming early from the back of the stack.
Beautiful
a laser
take.
show through to Doubleday.
Yes. Nice drive there from Leah.
Great defensive reflexes from Claridge and a nice quick bookends. One touch to generate the turn and another one to finish off that point as Hutt Valley High go to 6 over Epsom's 2.
Tahua rawa. Kapai Hutt Valley still needs 2 more points until we take it into to half-time.
Phillip with the big kume, sending nice and long. Fielded well by Doubleday, goes back to Cook early. Finds Levy. Little shimmy shake and Cook gets free with the disc.
Great
now
take
in their
from
own half.
Atahua. Another great take there from Webb as well. Rowing Amahiara Ikone from Hutt Valley. Great defensive pressure from Hutt Valley.
Yeah, Albozani doing a great job to try and get a hand in, keeping it clean. Epsom run that one through. It's Levy with the score to bring it back to a 3-point game. 6-3, still in favor of Hutt Valley, but anybody's final.
We're starting to see a bit of momentum here from Epsom now, which is great to see.
It really is. I mean, it's the last game of the year that you'll probably have with this team. You've probably spent term 1 preparing, practicing, and maybe even term 4, term 3 last year. You've come together, you've planned out this weekend. This is the last game you have. Everyone is watching. You might as well give it the business.
Yes, for sure. You just think, after this you get to have all that rest.
Oh,
you wanna empty the tank in this last few minutes.
Exactly. A decent nap.
Yes.
Some good kai on the way home. Gotta earn it though.
Yeah.
Let's go team. Hutt Valley High with the hands up, signaling for readiness. They're ready to kick things off. They want a nice offensive hold here. McCallum with the kume sending nice and long. Good height, a little bit of float on there, but it's fielded early. Quick back through to Gendel. The defense is closing the jaws. Turner has it.
Great defense there from Cook.
Almost a netball pass to get clear of that. I mean, you love to see the creativity. Claridge has it. Can't send up the big shot. Decides to find Gendel instead on a nice quick upline. Big, long look, looking for Hoffman.
Yes, and Katairawa.
Although not sure if it was in or out. We're seeing some signaling on either direction.
Let's take another look at that. Oh, that is a close call.
Yeah, well, regardless, our perspective not as important as that of the players. And so it looks like if they're unable to come to a decision about it, they'll send the disc back to the last uncontested play.
And it looks like that's what they've done.
So we know that Gendel had the disc. There were no issues there, so the disc will return to Gendel. Puts it up there instead. That's going to do it. Team Hutt Valley High to come 1 point away from half as they go towards 7 over Epsom's 3. A 4-point lead. Gendel puts the pull up. The wind's starting to gust a little bit, so it picks it up, carries it a little high, pulls it out of bounds on the near sideline. We're going to see the signal for the brick be given. Doubleday to pick up and initiate, supported in the upfield by Cook. We can see number 9. Ungi putting on enough pressure to give the disc back to Hutt Valley High. Phillip is going to pick up. Close enough to maybe put it away with 1 or 2 passes, but decides to reset instead, finds Gendel centre field. Almozani on a great aggressive cut, gets
Beautiful
the disc.
cut there, Atahua. And an awesome take as well, again from Hutt Valley. Oh, what a pass.
Laser show straight through to Phillip for the score.
What a pass.
And that is going to take Hutt Valley through to the second half of the game. The score is now 8-3 in favour of Hutt Valley, playing on your screens out of the white and black uniforms over Auckland's Epsom Girls Grammar School. We'll be back in just a few moments with the exciting conclusion of this, the final match in the women's division for the 2025 Aotearoa Secondary Schools Ultimate Championships in beautiful Taupō. My name is Blair Munro.
My name is Shikoni Hakarai-Turner.
And we could not be more excited to bring you the conclusion of this match very, very soon.
Hei a konei. Kapai, and we are back with the second half of the women's final. I think we have Epson here who are going to kick us off with the first pool.
And again, fantastic work by Hutt Valley, their opponent to the light, who are going to be starting this point on offense, winning the toss, having the confidence to choose defense to start with. They've managed to pull out a lead, and they also start the second half with the disc without having to work hard on defense to get it. So big kume from Cook. It's going to send it nice and long. Gendel Fields supported by Almozani. Nice quick 1-2s, but enough pressure from Innes is going to be enough to throw off that connection, generate that turn early for Epsom. That's exactly what they're hoping for to start this second half.
Yes, Epsom now has another opportunity to put a point away. However, they are unable to retain it. So the disc will go back to Hutt Valley, and they'll get another chance to score another point.
Claridge pushing deep. A great call on the switch from Cook, recognizing the defensive assignment. She's able to close it and shut that one down. That's some fantastic awareness there.
Beautiful. Rauenga mahi au kati mai Cook ki kona.
And it looks like she's going to delegate, get Innes to pick up the disc and initiate, providing that center field support. But Gendel quite imposing on defense, not
Great
enough
hands.
to stop it. It's McCallum who pulls down on the second attempt. Araya Turner for Hutt Valley High.
Ai, Katsiga. And is it the
That's
swing
peeling
around?
back.
Oh,
Oh, that was
touch. Far
that was
out.
a beautiful throw, so well weighted, coming in right on the sideline. If Almozani didn't have the position
Yes.
there, Sawyer might have been able to make a stronger play. Great work by both those players to recognize that the disc was still live.
Nice take there from Hutt Valley.
Good work by Claridge to get that one. Laser throw through. Finds Hoffman. They're going to make a decision as to whether or not there was a contact there. Looks like Hoffman may have had a hand squeezed around the disc, but that contact may have caused that drop. So we're going to see it again.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, the way it curled around her fingers kind of indicates, hey, maybe there was a bit of contact with the disc and it pulled it out. But either way, we'll let the players make that discussion. It looks like Hoffman is going to hold on to it for Hutt Valley High. Goes back, finds Gendel pushing the disc wide to find Almozani.
Great take there from Almozani. Awesome defensive pressure here from Epson.
Claridge has it. Nothing developing in the deep space. Not yet. Hoffman was there, but we're deciding to look off in favor of Turner.
Beautiful take as well. And
High
another
blade.
Ooh.
It's going to touch down and find grass before it finds Almozani. Epsom have a chance now to heighten up the game. We are 38.5 minutes in, so we've a little over 10 minutes left in the game. The score currently 8-3 Epsom with possession. Here we have Innes, Araya Gendel at the front of the end zone.
Nice. Ka roa te whiu konei. Kia McCallum.
And again, the defense, they're doing the right thing. The player with the disc isn't the threat as much as...
Wow, that was very clean intercept.
That's what we like to see. Turner with the quick turnaround, gets back to Gendel, puts it long, looking for Claridge. Is it going to touch down? Inbounds, not quite. Oh, the pace of that play was phenomenal.
You can really see the athleticism showing now in this game from both teams.
So Innes to pick up and initiate. Finds McCallum. Turner nearly gets it a second time, but Sawyer comes down with it. Pushes far sideline, finding Chenery.
Another great cut there from Cook.
Araya Hoffman.
Oh,
but it's McCallum who comes down with it.
McCallum.
Ooh.
We're seeing her everywhere.
Yeah, just fantastic. Making plays on defense,
Yes.
putting down scores on offense. Epsom now back within 4. There it is.
Ka rawe hoki.
And particularly when you have a little bit of practice with the disc, you could start getting some decent speed on it. And you'll find that the disc can move a lot faster than the players can in some instances, especially during the initial stages of its flight. Particularly if the disc gets a little bit of height underneath it, gets a little bit of float, tends to sort of slow down and sit for a little while. But in those, like the early sort of 2/3 of a throw can have a lot of heat on it. And so it's really important to kind of have that timing and respond. So maybe looking downfield, seeing McCallum making that cut and thinking, oh, I've got to give this a bit of juice if I want to get it to her on time.
Yes, for sure.
Well executed by Epsom, who are now coming out on defense. It's Cook with the disc for the Kume to initiate.
As you may have seen too in the earlier screen, a few of our sponsors are here. A few representatives from our sponsors are here watching the girls' final, the women's final. Nō reira, mihi ana ki a rātou, ngā kaitautoko o tēnei whakataitai. Caltex, Apollo Projects, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Bailey's, rātou ko whakata Māori. Ka reo te pōtai ki a koutou.
Good hands by McIntosh. Pushing through. Huang in the way, no bid available for Hutt Valley High if they wanted to keep possession there, so great defensive positioning. Doubleday cutting, the other Doubleday cutting under, connecting back to Cook. Huang pushing into the deep space.
Oh,
great
close.
Jump by Paige. Doubleday trying to pull that one down. Gendel there to get the touch in and secure the block for Hutt Valley High.
Awesome take there again from Hutt Valley with the one hand. Great defensive pressure there.
Gendel with a big line drive.
Tino pai tawa haukotinga.
Leela Vince is there. Enough pressure to keep that out of the hands of the Hutt Valley receiver.
Kapai, we have Cook bringing the disc into play again.
Huang looking for support to try and get rid of the disc. But there's Hutt Valley. It's Phillip, to the surprise of very few, with a big emphatic smackdown to give the disc back to Hutt Valley. Taken by Gendel, lasered through, but Huang is in the way. It's not going to be a score.
Great defense there from Huang. We saw it earlier, not too long ago as well, higher in the field as well.
Cook trying to come back. We see Paige Doubleday making a great undercut, slamming on the brakes, deciding to commit elsewhere. We get a nice reset around to Mia Doubleday. Back to Cook. Signaling for players to cut under.
Awesome take there from Doubleday. Looking for her options. Kapai Karirua Huang. Again, looking for some options.
Finds Mia Doubleday pinned down on the sideline right in front of our cameraman.
Kei te ahua ko pā te whira I konei.
Putting it up with a bit of float.
Huang.
Can Huang get there?
Oh.
Not sure if it was inbounds. Looks like it's going to be Hutt Valley's disc. They'll bring it back up to the front of the end zone.
Great defense there from Doubleday.
Almozani manages to connect.
Oh,
the big shot's up. Who's under it?
Ka rawe hoki. Hutt Valley had two players there to take that, and they were able to score another piro, another try, another point.
And that's what teamwork's all about, really.
Yes.
You know, a player like Claridge underneath the disc in good position decides, you know what, I'm just going to let her have this and
Yeah.
give her a congratulatory hug afterwards. You love to see it. Players supporting players immediately. There we go.
Good.
Well
work.
done, Hutt Valley High. That's 9-4 over Epsom at the moment. What a rip, too. What a huge put. And recognizing as well that the receivers were already further downfield of the defenders. So, hey, there's all the space that they can use to box out. They can create that space. They can secure the opportunity to pull that one down. But about 5 minutes left on the clock. Hutt Valley looking to put 6 more on the board at the moment to secure the win and finish off this tournament on a high.
Kapa, we have Epsom just talking strategy on the other end of the field here. Te ahoa nei, ke te rita rātou I tēnei wā though. Signals going up that they are ready.
Phillip putting it up again. There's Sawyer, supported by Innes. Nice quick centering pass, Araya e Hoffman. We're seeing that Hutt Valley zone again. You can see Claridge not picking up a person assignment. It's Hoffman sticking to the disc. Claridge trying to take up some of that space.
Webb unable to retain it.
Great positioning under that disc though. Great awareness of where it was. Just not able to secure it as it came in a little bit edge first. A lot of speed on that one. But that's what Hutt Valley want. Putting it through. Finds Claridge. Hoffman's pinned down by Webb. Has to look back instead. Finds Gendel.
Karawe hooking amahi ara ki kone Maya Epson. Great defence here from Epson. Hutt Valley still able to make it downfield though. Using the width of the field as well.
Looking for Claridge is a little long. Oh.
Unable to retain it. So close.
Right over the top of that back corner. It's a tough place to get it. But Epsom needed this. Innes has it. Once again, that same zone defense. We're going to see Hoffman really hustle, trying to keep up. We're a little on the back foot now. They've got to scramble, but she gets into good position. Claridge can't get a touch. Innes has it now. Looking to reset. Finds a great break opportunity, but cannot connect to Sawyer. That's what Hutt Valley want. Having those players parked up deep. Gendel puts it long. Comfortable score. Beautiful work. Nice patience. And again, that's what the zone's going to do. We know that Epsom have some of these really confident throws. They can put it nice and long. It was a great score by Turner there. They've got the ability to put those throws long, but parking up in that zone, having a player like Phillip sitting nice and deep who can really pour on the pressure where it's necessary, it's going to discourage Epsom from taking those throws, forcing some smaller options where the space is so much more crowded by those players who are Claridge, who are taking away space as opposed to isolating a player.
Some nice, quick, easy offensive play there from Hutt Valley.
And really, that's kind of what you want a team to do. You want to see them work really, really hard on defense, and then get the reward of a nice point off the back of a couple of easy passes. Hutt Valley High on 10 over Epsom's 4 with about a minute left on our clock. We're seeing the signal from both teams. Turner puts the disc up. Doubleday goes back to recoup. Manages to find Cook. Almozani already on the mark. Can't stop the big shot going up, looking for Webb. Gendel underneath it instead.
Atahua Rawa. Hutt Valley back in play here in offense. Unable to retain it though.
Can't quite connect with Turner. It's going to give Cook an opportunity to send something up. Threads through to Webb. Yeah, great work. Good work finding number 11 there for Epsom.
Nice take there from Cook.
Clark has it, one step away, can't get to Webb. The defense is just too close. That window's not big enough. Huang wants to be an option, but it's not going to happen.
Clark just needs something to open up there.
That's going to be our hooter. So we'll finish this point. Huang will finish this point.
Beautiful.
The score is now 10-5, still in favour of Hutt Valley High School. Hutt Valley needing only 1 point to walk away with a win. We add 1 point to the highest score once the point is completed after the soft cap goes, which is a heck of a mouthful. But what it means for us, team, with the score at 10-5, Epsom just having scored, Hutt Valley need to score 1 more point to walk away with the win. Now, a 6-point deficit, not insurmountable at all, especially since we've started to see Epsom's gelling together a little bit better, even just through the course of this game. They need to find that dial, turn it up 1 more notch, and we will absolutely have ourselves a razor-close game.
All right, we have Epsom here. Going to kick us off with the next pool.
Lila Cook with the disc to start things off for what may well be the last point of the tournament. Every hand goes up from Hutt Valley to show how ready they are to put this one to bed. Turner, Almozani starting early. The defense a little slow to get into position. Gives up the disc to Claridge on the near sideline. And around, but it's Levy.
What a take, one-handed.
Beautiful steal there.
From
Cook to Innes.
Oh,
one-handed again for Levy. Can she finish this off? There's a travel call by Almozani. So just to reset that pivot foot and play will resume. So a travel, not actually a stoppage, which is a good thing. Helps to keep the pace of the game nice and fast. Doubleday puts it up. Off the hands of McCallum is going to give Hutt Valley an opportunity to come back the other way, hoping to finish the game out. Not today. Not just yet, says Doubleday.
Doubleday with the smackdown. Oh,
it's a beautiful take there by McCallum. To keep Epsom in it. 6-10 is the score. Epsom to come out on defense. Hutt Valley needing only 1 more point to win it. A beautiful break there by Epsom, applying a huge amount of defensive pressure. That's the energy that, for me, makes Women's Ultimate just the best thing to watch. It's the way they play to each other's strengths, the way they hype each other up, the way they turn up that energy right towards the end. Yeah, just...
And Innes as well, signaling to McCallum with her head, go that way, go that way. And it worked out. That good communication doesn't always have to come from the mouth, doesn't it?
Absolutely. The way I've always sort of been told is that the disc in your hand, it's almost like the conductor for an orchestra and their baton, right? You've got 2 hands, but you've got a signal. Here's where I want you. Here's the throw that I want to put up. Here's what the defense is taking away from me. Here's how I want this next couple of sequences to go through. And just fantastic work. Again, it's that non-verbal communication, especially if you're really dialed into your teammates, if you've spent a lot of time hanging out with them, playing with them, throwing and catching with them. You know what their quirks are, their little tweaks that they make in a given situation. Innes with a big put up. Gendel to pick up and initiate. Claridge making that first cut open on the far sideline. Innes closes the trap, but she puts it up.
Is it going to take? Oh. So close here for Hutt Valley.
Phillip looking for a reset, finds Gendel.
They have a chance here to end the game. Oh, yes, ka rawe hoki.
Beautiful work by... Sheesh is right. Beautiful work by Claridge to close that one out. A great cut towards that front quarter, nice open space, pulling that disc down. Just a phenomenal performance and a beautiful, fantastic conclusion to our New Zealand Secondary Schools Ultimate Championships. Your girls division winners are going to be Hutt Valley High School 11-6 over Epsom. Once again, a huge thanks to everyone who has put together this phenomenal event, our tournament director, our volunteers, our organising team, and also our partners through advertising and media support, Caltex Apollo Projects, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Bailey's Real Estate, and of course the one, the only Whakaata Māori. From the team here at Ulti TV and the commentary booth, a huge thanks to those of you at home for watching. My name, as always, is Blair Munro.
My name is Shikoni Hakaraya-Turner.
Shikoni, it has been such an absolute pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for everything that you have brought to this tournament. I'm glad that you now love Ultimate as much as I do. Hopefully you folks at home love it too. Until the next one, thank you so much for watching.
Ka kite anō.
Mā te wā.
Hope everyone's had a great weekend here at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Ultimate Championships. On behalf of the organisers and New Zealand Ultimate, we'd like to say a big thank you to the crew at Bailey's who are here to present a very special award. I'm going to hand over to Ben for the award.
Thank you. At Bailey's Taupō, certainly very proud to be supporting of this event, and we're proud to present the Altogether Better Award this year to Rototuna High School. Well done, girls.
All good? Thank you. Nice. Thanks.
Ulti.tv. Ulti.tv.